Hey guys, let me know if I am live. I don't know what happens when you go early. I am looking at the chat and the chat log. Again, yeah, let me know in the comment section if I am live. I hope I am. There is a lot of things to go over. Oh, okay, yes, I'm live now. Hey guys, let me... There seems to be a slight delay, as usual. Okay, so the first thing I want to go over is obviously the video and my initial feelings on the video. Hey guys, hey, we're a little bit early, so I'll wait until 1 minute. Am I muted? Am I muted or no? You appear to be live. Am I muted? There was somebody who said I'm muted. Are we live? Can you hear me? Let me see. Yeah, no, I'm not muted, right? No, I'm not muted. Okay. I don't know how to do, like, the sound stuff. As long as I'm not muted, we are not the best editing. We don't have any editing. We don't have, like, any of this misleading. We are very transparent. It's just me. I don't have an editor. We're just going to go over the arguments, right? So that's what, in the purest sense, that's why I think my channel is unique. We don't ad hominem attack people. We don't do that. We just go over the arguments that people are making. I do have a little thing here that I want to cover, right? My general feelings about the video. Should Karl have made this video? Will this hurt him if he appeals? Will Karl appeal? How much will the appeal cost? The retraction. So a lot of people are very, very offended at the retraction. So Karl talks about his Dark Souls video, which isn't titled anything Billy Mitchell related, and he puts it at the very end of his video. So then the question becomes, why put your retraction at the end of a video that doesn't even have Billy Mitchell in its title? A lot of people are very upset about this number 5, and then Ersatz Cat. Okay, so where do we go? I'm not going to play Karl's entire video. I always try to get you to watch the videos on other people's channel. This is not a apology video. So if you were expecting Karl to apologize, it is not that. In fact, it is more attacking Billy Mitchell. And here's what I can tell you. This took a long time. A long time for Karl to make. It was supposed to be made the weekend, here in America time, we're Thursday, April 17th at 6:01 p.m. That is American time. It's supposed to be made on Monday or Tuesday. It was supposed to be made on Wednesday or Thursday. I think, we're not going to attack anyone. We're just going to make the legal arguments and even, get to the logical. We're going to try to be as neutral as it possibly can get, right? And that's why we do this channel, right? I'm covering other stuff. Yeah, so if I had to flip, so Cytopia is here. Let me make you a mod, Cytopia. So Cytopia has been very, very helpful. So he's been very, very helpful for our content, definitely, for sure. Okay, the Discord is wild. We're going to get to the Discord. There's a lot of things we want to get to, but my initial reaction, hopefully you guys have watched it in its entirety, is that Karl doesn't really take... There are 2 points, right, that we have to make here. Let me go ahead and make these 2 points, right? 1, no apology. So this is the definition of a no apology. This is the definition of we are going to keep on digging. We are going to appeal. We're going to keep on digging, right? Do I think that's wise? No. I've always said that maybe Billy Mitchell, all he really ever wanted was like a real apology, right? Not a retraction. So don't confuse the two. A retraction is different from an apology. Now, people will say, and I make this point, people will say, if he apologizes, he is admitting guilt. Is this true? Yes, this is here, and this is my perspective on apologizing, right? So when you have defamed somebody, you can mitigate damages by, by apology. So I don't think anyone would make the argument via, I don't even think Karl is making this argument that he didn't defame or say something wrong about Billy Mitchell. Now, Karl's argument seems to be, oh, I found from Ersatz Cat. Ersatz Cat texted me, and we're going to talk about our good friend Ersatz Cat. In fact, let me go ahead and show you. I'm going to play the video a little bit until we can get to the Ersatz Cat thing. Ersatz Cat is actually incredibly involved in this, beyond what I understood. So here is Apollo Legend. I made my decision, so on. This is the agreement. Now I'm going to read Ersatz Cat. So this is the lawsuit. Okay, so where Karl was getting information from is this guy called Ersatz Cat. Okay? So their text, I think this is text message. I don't know what Discord looks like, but on mobile. But this is August 9th, 2020. Apollo settled. He paid $50K to Billy, took all his videos down, and agreed to never accuse him of cheating or anything else negative. Basically, bent the knee. Okay, let me, why I hate this word, bent the knee, right? This is a word that we see a lot in politics today, and I really do not like that word because, okay. I really don't like this. I don't like this take. I tell you why I don't like this take. I think it's a very bad take. So if you settle, you bend the knee, right? And this is why I think so many people pushed Apollo Legend. Let's not mince words here. Apollo Legend had mental health issues. I think people knew he had mental health issues. And they went after him when he settled with Billy Mitchell, even though that was the best scenario for him personally, for his family. I don't believe Apollo Legend was married or had kids, right? It's okay to apologize. We live in this world where like it's so frowned upon. I get attacked all the time by Karl fans. How dare you say that Karl should apologize? That would be admitting that there was fault. Yes. There was fault. Nintendo alert, yes. Even in the video here, let me see if I can make this bigger. Oh, that's full screen. I don't know if you guys can see that. We're not very advanced over here. Okay, here we go. Ersatz Cat is the one who gave the information. So they're talking. Wonder if that's true. I'm suspecting it, honestly. Is this the same guy who said Apollo settled earlier? ? Because remember, that was brought up already. Confidentially, so I think this is Ersatz Cat. Confidentially, a figure I'm being told was, and I quote, well over 10K. But that's being relayed secondhand. So, the guy who's covered the trial, which is very interesting, right? perfectpacman.com, I believe. Hopefully we don't go to spam. And the guy who's attacking the judge, saying Judge Ken Barlow is the most goatable man alive. Did Karl Jobst lie about the Billy Mitchell lawsuit? Oof. The guy covering it, the coverage of it is incredibly biased because the guy covering it is part of he's one of the reasons Karl believed that Billy Mitchell had demanded money from him. Right? This is from Karl's own YouTube video. I'm sure he doesn't want to throw Ersatz Cat under the bus, but holy shit, man! I mean, if you want to know why a U.S. citizen who's not even a witness, he's not a witness even for Karl's side, is so involved in this, it's because he was involved in it from the very beginning. So that's number one, something I learned was this Ersatz Cat individual could easily be sued by Billy Mitchell as well. But Billy Mitchell decided not to sue this individual. Correct me if I'm wrong, this used to be like Billy Mitchell's website, right? I read a comment somewhere. Yeah, Ersatz Cat is very, very linked to this from the very beginning. Look at the date on this. This is 2020. So where's Karl getting the information that the settlement involved payment, so he's making the video? He's getting it from Ersatz Cat. Okay, and we'll get back to our good friend Ersatz Cat a little later, right? I'm going to next. Okay, here we go. I don't really want to drag you back into things, but I remember you mentioning that the Apollo settlement did involve a cash settlement in addition to video rights agreement. There was a cash settlement, but to my best knowledge, Billy took much less and really only wanted the videos. According to Junior, whom I do speak with, Bill cut a very fair and human deal with Apollo, enough so that Junior was pissed. Okay. So, Karl was saying this to try to make it seem like Billy Mitchell is like an evil type of guy, right? But like, again, Billy cut a very fair and human deal with Apollo. So, does that make Billy seem like some type of evil demon out here? Like, I mean... It's wild. It's wild because this is not even... So in history class, if you ever take history class in the U.S., you know what a primary source would be, and you know what a secondary source would be, and you know what a tertiary source would be. And when you're writing your essay for AP European history or AP global history, right, you're only really supposed to cite... You're supposed to give more lean to primary sources. And if at all possible, you want to cite the... So if you had a primary source and a secondary source saying the same thing in your AP history class, you would actually just say the primary source as the number one reason, and then you would have the secondary source as the second reason. Here, the primary source seems to be Billy Jr. I've communicated with Billy Jr., and he seems very communicative. He doesn't seem like a nasty guy. He seems like a very nice guy. Like from our email communications, and Billy Jr. even asked, hey, if there's any other questions you have for me, I will try my best to answer them. That's unprovoked. That's what he told me. So, like, it's a very nice... Let me see if I can pull it up. I had baby problems. Not baby problems. Like, you know, I wanted to do a really good job, but I just don't have the time with the baby. I really wanted to like get screenshots of everything I wanted to show you guys, but it's really hard because, like, again, I'm kind of like you know, a single dad type of scenario. So this is Billy Mitchell IV. Does this sound like someone who is difficult to deal with? No. Hi, Tony. If you have any questions, I'm opening to answering if I can. So again, this is an individual who I think is pretty easy to deal with. And if you want to email him, you email him and he can respond back to you. I do not think... Okay, I'll go into... So those are more of my opinions. I want to lay out the facts here. One big problem is that even to Team Billy, Billy lies to them. So they, to be as a source, can be troublesome. I will look tonight, but I know I was told that Billy took ownership of Apollo's videos, and Apollo's parents pushed Apollo to settle this issue. And that a huge chunk of the earnings from the videos was collected. I will find if it caused I never erased anything from that group. I also have the contact of one of the guys that showed up to Florida with Apollo on the night of the arcade game sales event. Billy took it as a huge win. Huge win was told to me by Casey when they were closer. So here we don't really have, we have like, I would call this secondary evidence, but we would actually be able to get the primary evidence, I feel like, just by reaching out to Billy Mitchell Jr., right? Hey, thank you, Peter Parker. Let me read the super chat. I will read your chats, I promise. I just want to go over the video. In the video, Karl said, I never claimed Billy caused Apollo's passing. I simply described a sequence of events that led to the outcome. Tell me, Karl, how did this defense work out for you in court? Absolutely, Peter Parker. Thank you for the super chat. I think We will get to that. I promise we will get to his defenses. I just want to just open up with like my gut feeling. A, this is not an apology. B, he's making a lot of excuse. At the end of the day, if you are an investigator, if you're going to go after the completionist and just obliterate that dude's life, that dude had a long-term partner. He had a team of 20 people, supposedly. He was making video. He doesn't make no YouTube videos anymore. If you are going to go after Billy Mitchell's son, another YouTuber, yeah, Spider-Man in the chat, yeah. Wouldn't it make sense for you to deal with primary sources? Wouldn't it make sense? Like, I think it is unfair for me to compare this to CoffeeZilla, but they're both defamation lawsuits on a relatively well-known YouTuber. Let me ask you this. Has CoffeeZilla made a single Logan Paul video since he's been sued? The answer is no. Has Attorney Tom made a single Logan Paul video since the CoffeeZilla lawsuit? The answer is no. They just kept silent, right? They're listening to, Attorney Tom is a lawyer, so he just got to listen to himself. But CoffeeZilla is, take a look at this. Take a look at how CoffeeZilla is handling his lawsuit, and then take a look at how Karl Jobst handled his lawsuit. You cannot tell me that CoffeeZilla is doing a bad job. He's doing great, and he doesn't make video after video. When you are in a defamation lawsuit, your lawyer, any lawyer worth their salt, is going to be so mad that you keep defaming the dude. Again, not on the lawsuit, right? But, okay, I shouldn't say defaming the dude because it's not defamation if the truth is a defense. Of course, the truth is an absolute defense. But you cannot keep making videos that are potentially defamatory to that individual time and time again. Again, you look at the CoffeeZilla thing. You look at how CoffeeZilla treats people. You look at CoffeeZilla's fundraising where it was t-shirts and t-shirts and then you kind of look at this and it's just like, oh, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a basic. I'm going to take a detour. I'm going to ask you a very good question. Okay, what if Karl Jobst won? What would happen to the GoFundMe 200,000? I know it's Australian dollars, right? So let me ask you this question. If Karl Jobst had won and Billy Mitchell had to pay Karl's legal fees and there was no damages and there was nothing, what would happen to that money? Well, I mean, we can go to Karl Jobst's legal fund to find out, right? What would happen to that money? I just straight up, like, if everything Karl said was going to be true and he was going to win, right? And everyone thought he was going to win. If and when I defeat Mitchell in court, he will likely have to pay back a lot of the costs I incurred. I will use that money to host a grand gaming tournament in his honor. That's your money, man. That's your money, right? I mean, there are no refunds here, guys. There are no refunds. When you donate, it's gone. The money's gone. There are no refunds, guys. There's no refunds allowed. Okay, so here we go. Okay, here we go. Apollo settled. He paid $50K to Billy, took all his videos down, and agreed to never accuse him of cheating or anything else negative. He basically bent the knee. This is gross. Oh, this is our good friend Ersatz Cat. So if anyone's being run over right now, it is Ersatz Cat, okay? He's being run over by a bus right now by Karl. Like, this video doesn't actually go after anyone but Billy Mitchell and somewhat the judge. Not really, he didn't really go that hard at the judge. This Ersatz Cat dude who's been reporting on this, he is really involved. Yeah, Karl released the video. We are looking at the video Karl released. It says, I lost. Okay, let's read what Ersatz Cat said. This is gross and beyond disappointing. Let's say there's no doubt this settlement includes a not significant amount of money paid to Billy, which he will in turn use to fuel his baseless lawsuits against others like Twin Galaxy, Donkey Kong Forum, Karl, Jobst, or anyone else he feels emboldened to sue now. Thanks for nothing, dude. So again, they are blaming this dude. Ersatz Cat is literally blaming this dude for settling, which is in his best. It's in Apollo. So imagine you are Apollo Legend. You're probably seeing very nasty things written about you, and far more nasty things. We can go back in time and look. And people are upset about you because supposedly you paid Billy Mitchell a bunch of money, and Billy Mitchell is going to use that money to sue other people. Let me flip this around. Isn't this like if Karl lost to Billy and Karl has to pay Billy's lawyers and the amount of damages? Couldn't you say this about Karl? Couldn't you say that the worst case scenario is not settlement, right, for $0? You could say the worst case scenario is you lose a shit ton of money that you fundraise from your own audience who hates Billy Mitchell. Okay, they don't like Billy Mitchell. They're fundraising because they don't like Billy Mitchell. And you take that $200,000 and then you just donate it to Billy Mitchell, because then Billy Mitchell can, in turn, use to fuel his baseless lawsuits against others. This is the worst scenario, right? If you are a Karl Jobst fan and you do not like Billy Mitchell, Ersatz Cat 4 years ago has laid out the worst case scenario. Let's say, but he was lying about. Well, he says, let's say. I guess they use alleged, and let's just say there's no doubt that this settlement included. So there's no doubt that this settlement included a not significant amount of money paid to Billy. It turned out that amount of money was $0. $0, right? I feel like this is kind of weird, right? This Ersatz Cat dude flew. He's not a witness. He's not a defendant. He's not involved. He's not involved legally from a legal perspective. But somehow he's all over the place here. And in Karl's own video, he appears twice. Okay, let's keep watching. Okay, here we go. Be careful, though. Billy not only was able to pressure Apollo Legend into quitting YouTube, but a sizable settlement. It is now it's a dangerous game that Karl is now engaged in. He has to be very calculated. I'm not in the super know on Apollo. I do know, though, that he had a lot more going on than just Billy Mitchell. From what he talked about, he needed to work more to cover the settlement's payment schedule, as well as the significant mental health toll the ordeal took from him. Dark Viper AU also launched a pretty strong attack from many of his followers piled onto Apollo. So, who is actually responsible for Apollo Legend? A Street Radio. Who is responsible for Apollo Legend? Who is more responsible for it? Is it the people piling on? Is it the Dark Viper AU character? And we're going to go over the Dark Viper AU character very soon, because I think you have to understand what is going on here. You have to really understand that this homie, he was, Apollo Legend says goodbye. He named 2 dudes, right? Fresh off a lawsuit settlement with Billy Mitchell, he named 2 people in his goodbye video. Neither one of them was Billy Mitchell. One of them actually responded. And it's this Dark Viper AU. I don't know the exact history about this. let's sort by newest comment. Blah blah blah. I don't know what's going on here. Honestly, don't know why people blaming you. The whole idea that they were not at all responsible for this is, yeah, it sucks. You know, like you're a YouTuber. You think that these people are your friends. You think these people are your friends, right? Like it sucks the most because a young man suffering from mental health is being dogpiled because he settled with Billy Mitchell. That's wild. That is absolutely wild in my personal opinion. Like, he settled for his own mental health, Peter Parker. That's what I'm saying. In this video, Karl doesn't even mention them when talking about Apollo. Yeah, how can you tell the story of Apollo Legend and not include those two people? Right? How can you tell the story of Apollo Legend included those two people? And I get, you know, here I'm going to counter argument that Karl fans make is, oh, well, you know, Karl was under an Apollo Legend was under an NDA. He couldn't possibly say anything about, you know, not Karl. Apollo Legend was under an NDA, so he couldn't say. The guy was going to blank himself, okay? Do you think he cares about his NDA? Do you think at this point in time, the guy's thinking, oh man, I wish I could say something, but I can't. The NDA. The confidential agreement. God, that's not how life works, guys. This is one of Karl's, like, main counter is, like, or Karl fans. Again, Karl fans, their main counter is, like, oh, he wanted to mention Billy Mitchell, but he just couldn't because of the NDA. It wasn't like that argument makes no logical sense to me at all, because clearly he somebody in that position would not care about an NDA, in my personal opinion. Okay, so let's continue on. Karl fans say Billy could have enforced the NDA against. No, Mechcon. Here's yeah. That's what they're saying. Do you know how bad that would make Billy look? Do you know how bad it would make Billy look that Billy enforced an NDA against the estate of somebody who had just passed away in that way? Like, you think that, like, you know, it's ridiculous to think that Billy Mitchell or anyone in that position would enforce an NDA on the estate of a person who had mental health issues and had done that. Like, it's illogical in every sense of the word, right? We can get to that, Ahmed. We'll get to that because we're trying to get past this video. It's taking a long time. Which there's a lot of Minecraft. There's a lot. Okay, the other thing I don't understand is why doesn't Karl appear in front of you? Why is he doing a Minecraft video? I don't understand this. I don't understand the Minecraft point. Karl. Okay, so Karl can appear on other people's videos, including Camelot and so on, for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Are you telling me he cannot appear on a video of his own, which is edited, by the way? Okay, we'll go. This is a stupid commercial that we have to go past. Skip. He appears on someone else's live stream for 2.5 hours talking about Billy Mitchell, the completionist, talking about his lawyers, and so on. Why can't he appear in front of you? The crazy part is, look, the way that you conduct yourself when you lose should be the same way that you conduct yourself when you win. Is there any doubt he would have no problem appearing in his own videos, right? He said the video he doesn't do good under the Okay, then how can he go on somebody else's podcast for 2.5 hours and talk about this stuff nilly-willy, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Viper Snake, we will look at all this stuff. So this is a video called The Downfall of Apollo Legends, featuring Billy Mitchell, Todd Rogers, and Dark Viper AU. Easyscape. Easyscape is one of the people mentioned by Apollo Legends in the description, as is Dark Viper AU. Okay? And they made... You are a dude. Okay, here we go. Hey man, I've seen online that you've been getting flack for being credited in my video about Apollo. I had only thanked you in the description since you provided me legal docs and info regarding the Todd Billy Mitchell lawsuits, and I had included them in the intro of that video. Your input was only included for that portion, and Ersatz Cat, how many times are you going to see this cat? Had only fact-checked the video. Only I'm responsible for the things I say in the video. Nobody else. My God. This is taking responsibility. Credit to Easyscape was here on the first day. Credit to Easyscape. That's correct. Only I'm responsible for things I say in a video. Nobody else. Then why the hell are we looking at screenshots of Ersatz Cat and all the... Why can't we just say, hey, I made a video. I'm responsible for the facts in the video. I made a mistake. Right? This is the apology that people wanted. Right? This is the apology people wanted. Look, only I'm responsible for things I say in a video. That's it. Man, I mean, that's it. That's all people wanted Karl to say. I'm unsure if you were even planning on addressing this criticism, but feel free to include this in the response if you like. I'm considering making a public comment, but honestly, unless someone calls me out in a way that forces me to respond, I'm done with anything Billy Mitchell or Apollo Legend related. Sorry to hear the verdict. I eagerly await your response. Okay. Fair enough, right? More Minecraft. Okay, here we get to something that's not Minecraft. Here we go. Keemstar. Keemstar. This is also kind of weird. So Keemstar, out of the blue. Hey, got to speak. You should conduct yourself the same either if you win or lose. Well, Karl did say he was going to be a sore winner. Yeah, so Karl said he was going to make all these videos about Billy Mitchell when he won, right? He was going to be a sore winner. There's a lot of tweets. And he took so long to make this video. He promised it would be done in the weekend, then Monday and Tuesday, then Wednesday and Thursday. The truth is simple. The truth does not need a 32-minute video. You understand the truth is really simple. The truth is, hey, many of you feel like I misled you. It wasn't my intention to mislead you, but I understand why you were misled. And for that, I apologize. I can be more transparent in the future. It isn't, oh, my lawyers don't want me to, or your lawyers want you to, let me explain what the apology should be. Yeah, I would love Karl in this live, right? Let me explain what the apology should be. Okay? Hey, what I said about Billy Mitchell as it concerns to Apollo Legend, that was some of what I said, including the amount or the settlement number was incorrect. I am apologizing to Billy Mitchell for my statements regarding Apollo Legend, that it was conceived or you took it in this way. And to my audience, especially the audience that donated money and thought the money would be going to defeating Billy Mitchell for cheating, I'm sorry I misled you. There were many things that I could have clarified. If I could go back in time, I would have clarified them, and so on. That's it. Right? That is it. I do not think... and yeah, okay, so here is another thing I want to make sure. If Karl really wants to get out there and be transparent, do a live stream. Do a live stream with your audience, the people who support you, right? This is your channel, Karl. And take the questions. Take the questions on your live stream. You were able to do one here. You were able to do a 2.5 live stream Here, yeah, I'm watching the video, not for the first time. No, I'm not. I watched the video twice. I'm not going to get copyright strike by Karl as I make onto my video. All right, so here we get into the difference between Here we're going to get into the difference between let's see, would Karl copyright strike me? What do you guys think? Would Karl copyright strike me? Okay, anyway. Hi, Karl. Sorry for not catching this email sooner. It's been a busy week. Unfortunately, Ben really didn't talk about the lawsuit with Billy much, so I had to look through his files and find information on it since I was curious as well. From what I could tell, reading the settlement dismissal agreement and chats on Discord, there was not any money transferred. Oh, Steve Jackson. Karl still not generally owning the fact that he had no legitimate Apollo Legend sources and still trying to camouflage it as not accepting responsibility. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. I think at the end of the day, Reddit, Ersatz Cat, this is the problem with the echo chamber. They tell you what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. And that was supposed to be the whole idea of you hiring a lawyer. The lawyer is supposed to tell you what you want, not what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. So if the lawyer says, please, Karl, we cannot make these videos, you're supposed to listen to him or her, right? I don't know, Eddie. This video could get very nasty, depending on how it turns out. Here's the retraction, so on and so forth. He does have a legal argument here. Here's Apollo Legend. Where's the legal argument? Today I decided to remove blah, 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 blah. There's actually a very interesting part where, oh, yeah, so I actually got an email from the journalist who wrote the article on the video claiming that it was cheating and why he was confused, and then there was no... I do not have my phone with me, so I cannot read it. I'm looking for a device, a mobile device of any type, so I can read you what he has to say, because I think it's really relevant. I don't want to show his email address because I don't want him to be abused. I think it's really relevant. Of course, I do not have any mobile devices on me. Let me read it to you. Give me 1 second. Okay, give me another second. Mobile device has no batteries. But essentially, one of the things that was really clear here was Karl was trying to say, hey, even the media didn't know it was about Apollo Legend. The media never knew it was about Apollo Legends. Let me hide this user. Goodbye. Even the media didn't know it was about Apollo Legend, and they thought it was about cheating, which is absolutely right. Lust has his email on his profile. You should email him if you have any info. Yeah, if you have any info to share. But I'm going to try to see if I can open it. I don't want to open it. But essentially, it was the guy who was on the first video. I think it was Karl Jobst. Like, I'm finally going to trial. Karl Jobst. I'm finally going to trial versus Billy Mitchell. Something like this. Let me show you this. Oh, yeah, let me show you this. Okay. We have to get past the stupid ads. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think this guy contacted me. Or one of the people in the article. So here, so this is the trial, okay? So this woman, let's do the caption. Can we make the captions bigger? Let's make the captions bigger. Nope. Subtitle. Oh yeah, whatever. The captions are the captions. So an American video game champion is suing a Brisbane YouTuber over cheating claims. Okay, and then there's a picture of Billy Mitchell and so on. Okay, so the first 13 seconds, there's a video clip of the 9 News channel who got it wrong, by the way. It is wrong. But Karl never corrects it. That's weird. All right, let's keep going on. Let's see if there's any other news articles. Oh, a American gamer and former arcade world record holder is suing an Australian YouTuber over cheating allegations. This was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous, right? That even the media had no idea what the hell was happening. Because the media probably just watched Karl's videos like everyone else did, right? I think this is very deceptive. Like, look at the video title, I'm finally going to trial against Billy Mitchell, and the first thing you show is a news report saying the trial was about cheating. At this point in time, it doesn't matter. There's only one case. There is only one case. It has to be the one about Apollo Legend because there's no other cases going in the same. It doesn't matter how many legal concern letters you have or what they say. At this point in time, 10 months ago, when this video was made, it was 100% about Apollo Legend. The imputation shows so. So why is Karl showing not once, not twice? I think somewhere else in this video, there's a third article about cheating somewhere. Why is he talking about cheating, and why doesn't he correct this stuff? Let me see if there's a third article. I think it's like somewhere in the middle of the video. That's his GoFundMe. That's his GoFundMe. Blah, 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 blah. Why in the world is he showing this? Like, what are we supposed to... Like, okay, you're the average fan, okay? What you're like, wow, okay, we're finally going to trial. Yeah, let's get pumped. Let's get pumped. Why doesn't Karl correct this? And why does Karl show this? Karl, no, and this is the main reason that I think the retraction is so weird. So his retraction is at the end of a completely unrelated video. Karl knows that nobody watches the end of the bloody video. They get what they want and then they leave. Okay? Like, Karl knows, and this is why Karl is being... I don't know if Karl's being a smartass or something, but there is a way Karl's making his videos to make him appear good. Or make him his perspective, right? He's putting what he wants you to believe in the first minute. Every YouTuber does. It's a catch, right? You gotta catch the view and hook them in. Why choose to do this? And let me show you this. Karl doesn't actually apologize until the very end of this video. Okay, let's watch it. So this is all about, oh, Billy Mitchell bad, Billy Mitchell bad, Billy Mitchell bad, Billy Mitchell judge bad, you know, people coming after me bad. Okay, and then at the very end of his video, okay, I'm gonna play the video. Damn it, you know, we're gonna play Karl's video.
In regards to his deposition, you will start to realize that this judgment might not be based on you being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. Of course, if I could go back and do things differently, I would. But some other things people are saying about me are just crazy, and...
That's the mother effing apology. Why is it at the end of the video? Why can't he just begin saying that? Let me... That's actually a pretty damn good apology, but it's hidden like at 30 seconds. Let me repeat this again.
You're being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way.
That's it. That's it. That's what the video should be, condensed in maybe 15 minutes or 15 seconds, 30 minutes. Hey, I said things that rub people in the wrong way. I got sued. I said something I shouldn't have. I apologize for this. Yeah, this is absolutely a double down. This is a double down because let's continue on.
Of course, if I could go back and do things differently, I would. But some other things people are saying about me are just crazy and appear to me to be completely in bad faith. Like, people are spreading this screenshot long...
Okay, this is a non-factor, okay? It's a joke. Like, at least I took it as a joke. I thought it was kind of hilarious. This has nothing to do with Billy Mitchell or the case. I'm kind of surprised that out of all these screenshots, he chose this one to defend. He didn't choose the one where he's like running Van Buren out when he's like, oh hey. Like, he didn't choose the Van Buren one. We have a lot. We're going to go over. We have a lot of screenshots, right? Yeah, we hear Karl's audio. Yeah, because I'm playing his audio. I think I've only played enough of it. Yeah, this is kind of a joke compared to the other ones.
Long after the trial had finished, and using it to try and claim that I used AI in my defense or as part of my strategy, when all this is me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage of the worst experience of my life to go up.
Again, this is woe is me. Oh my gosh, I'm suffering. I cannot deal with this. What can I say about this? What can I say about this? We're going to talk about the lawyers. We're going to talk about these lawyers very soon. We're going to talk about these lawyers very soon. I do not like Karl's lawyers. I've told Karl in the comment section, hey, maybe you should go for a different team. I went for a different team. It really helped me quite a bit. I think it's kind of weird, right? So like, he didn't bring up this one. Jesus. We're getting hit by ads. We're getting hit by ads like crazy. Okay, so the video delayed. Yeah, this. Like, Karl banned someone. The video blasts Billy again. Makes any negotiation from an outside settlement with Billy, who let people off the hook before, highly unlikely. Yeah, Lethal Wolf. This is what I'm saying is, like, Karl's Discord. Had I not found Karl's Discord, I would give him the benefit of the doubt. But the stuff they're saying in Discord is so removed from reality by YouTube Red. Guys, we have a YouTube account. We're fine. We have a YouTube account, guys, without the oh, jeez. I just wanted to show, okay, we have ad blocker, guys. We have ad blocker. Okay. I just wanted to do, I don't know. I'm not the most talented at doing this stuff. We do have ad blocker on my own ads, by the way. Okay, let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let me go over what I found pretty strange about this whole thing. Oh, money. So, okay. Yeah, Van Buren got the boot. Why didn't you talk about that? The guy was giving you good advice that, hey, maybe you're a lawyer, right? Oh, yeah, imagine this guy opened his porn history. My mistake. Yeah, that's the danger of live streaming. You can't hide any of this shit, right? Okay, so anyway, back to what I'm saying about this lawyer. So like, okay, let's lawyer paid $600,000 plus dollars according to Karl. Appeal is not free. Why would you stick with a lawyer that got crushed? And when I mean crushed for your appeal. So, I mean, let me just ask this question. And how much would this guy cost for appeal? Is it possible that you are spending good money to chase bad? So appeal is not that interesting. Oh, thank you so much for Peter Parker for the donations. You don't have to do that. I'll read. I will have a segment where I'll read the comments whether or not you donate. Oh, it was just me and the boys were having fun. If you read these screenshots, he defends using AI to try and argue why he shouldn't have lost. Yeah, the AI stuff is kind of weird because there are a lot of really bad screenshots. I don't know why he has to focus on the AI. He's got the Van Buren screenshots, right? And we have the court documents, and we have all this stuff, and we're getting more of that. There's other, like, really weird screenshots that he had. Final thoughts, Billy Mitchell could defeat. I really do feel that had he just apologized, hey guys, it would make it so much better. So this is the original lawsuit. I do not think what Karl was saying. I think he's confusing lawsuits with legal concerns, right? He received 4 legal concerns, but I don't know. He still mentioned there was like a second lawsuit in his video, which was weird. I don't know if there was ever a second lawsuit in the video, but according to Billy Mitchell Jr., there wasn't. But this is the lawsuit that went to trial, because you can tell by the amount and so on. Karl's lawyer is so bad that Billy Mitchell won $300,000 of the $400,000. Let me tell you why judge didn't give Billy Mitchell the entire $400,000. He was afraid it would be turned over in appeal, so he gave $300,000. So the idea was that if he gave the $400,000, the judge understood that case, and he cites it. The $400,000 is reserved for the worst defamation cases, which this is not. So he tried to give as much money as he could to Billy Mitchell. So you have a scenario where literally, I mean literally and figuratively, this dude that you paid $600,000 for lost everything he could lose. Your lawyer lost everything he could lose. You gonna ride or die with this guy? It doesn't make any sense. This guy is still milking. People say I milk him for money. He's still milking Karl for money. This is not free. Not free. So Van Buren is saying something super obvious here. Hey, maybe you need to look at this yourself. Maybe your lawyers are... Any lawyer who's been paid $600,000 on a very simple defamation case and just got crushed, right? Any prediction I had I did not believe that Karl would have to pay for Billy Mitchell's legal fees. He got annihilated. And we're going to appeal with this guy? How much is this guy going to cost us? How much is this ever going to cost us? Like, dude, like, this guy couldn't win nothing. He couldn't win anything. He literally could not win nothing. And we're going to ride with him? We're going to ride with him? Like, it is ridiculous, right? Like, we cannot ride with this guy. And God forbid Billy Mitchell, defends the appeal with his lawyer, Queen's Counsel. Like, holy moly, we cannot win. We are not going to win. Like, how the hell are we going to win? We didn't. Okay, we didn't lose, guys. We didn't just lose. We got obliterated. Oh, yeah. What chance of Karl successfully appealing reduced damages? Yeah, thank you for the donation. So yeah, this is here. We have here. Should Karl have made the video? No. Will this hurt him on appeal? Yes. The answer is yes. Will Karl appeal? Probably. Depends on lawyer cost. How much will appeal cost? I think it's going to cost $50,000 to who knows. Because this is a very expensive lawyer. So now to answer your question, do I think he can win? I think maybe. I think Karl can reduce... The question is not whether or not he can reduce his damages. The question is whether or not Karl can reduce his damages to offset his additional legal fees. Right? That's the question. That's the question. Okay, let me break this down for you. Okay. Karl's legal fees are $600,000 according to Karl. Billy Mitchell sued Karl for $400,000 plus $50,000 plus interest, and then plus unknown attorney fees. The attorney fees, let's forget the attorney fees. The legal fees, Karl's legal fees are greater than the $400,000 plus 50,000 plus, I think there was like some amount of interest. Let's call it like 70,000 interest. I don't know. The interest wasn't too bad. It was, the main villain here is not the main villain. And oh, by the way, Karl pays his lawyers up front. So the lawyers have already been paid. Lawyers already paid. The lawyers do not give a... Okay, come on. Like, how in the world can our legal fees cost more than what we could possibly lose? Like, what is this? Like, guys, I do not think Karl... I think Karl made 2 mistakes. He didn't apologize. Mistake 1. No apology when he clearly knew he was wrong. Okay? This is like, let's call it like 10% mistake. Okay, I mean, okay, I get the ego, I get I get that, okay. Mistake 2. What the hell are these lawyers? What the hell is this stuff? I've never seen anything like this. No, I seriously have never seen where your lawyer, regardless of you win or lose, assuming, again, in America, we all basically pay our own attorneys. How can your lawyer cost more money than all potential damages minus the other attorney fees? And now the lawyer is saying, baby, let's appeal. What? My question would be like, wait. What? So not only did the lawyer, let me show you how badly the lawyer lost. Okay, I love this from Ersatz Cat because now you know Ersatz Cat is the biggest fan. Let me show you how crazy this is. This loss. Okay, let me show you how crazy this is. Let me read this. I cannot believe this. What are we? What the hell? None of this is true. You have to get in to correct him. Okay, so there's that part. But where's the other part? Where's the other part where he's like, hey, what are you doing? Where he's like, he wants to shake him or... Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is Ersatz Cat, who's very involved in this, who is probably the biggest Billy Mitchell hater, and probably the biggest lover of Karl Jobst. Alright, let's read this. What the F? It's probably a good thing I wasn't physically in the courtroom. During the sequence, I would have emphatically shaking my head, whispering, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. And when KB just accepted and move on, I probably would have gone... You realize Ersatz Cat would have gone to jail for this? Do you realize this is a jailable offense? Right? Do you realize this is a jailable offense? Ersatz Cat is saying he is going to... So he's watching... He's saying, oh, if I was at the trial... He was at the trial the first week. This was a Zoom call. Luckily for him and luckily for everyone involved, Ersatz Cat did not do this. But I have no doubt in my... I don't know what audio, stereo... I don't know what any of that stuff is. You might just have to put it on speaker, guys. I do not know what any of that means. Audio, stereo. Oh. Maybe... I don't know what gain... What does gain mean? Okay, I'm not going to mess with it. Because if I mess with it, it'll probably be like... It'll probably be bad. This is Ersatz Cat. Okay, okay, you guys interrupt me with the audio stuff. Okay, let's just continue on. So he's saying he would literally go to jail for at least a day or two, right? By getting up, I would have probably gotten up, ran over to Karl's solicitor, his lawyer, and grabbed his soda. And so that's assault, by the way. That's a battery, by the way. And whispered, "What the hell? None of that's true. You gotta get in there and get him to correct that. What is he paying you for? No, I actually assume he would do this, knowing Ersatz Cat. I think he, having followed Ersatz Cat, I do not think he's exaggerating that whether or not he would do this. I think if he literally was in the court, he would have batteried the solicitor, right? And this is it. I mean, what this is it. What is he paying you for? Right? What is he paying you for? I don't know how to do mono. Okay, so maybe that's a good lesson. So how do I do that? How a lot of people complaining about the volume, whatever. I do not know what buttons to press. This is my audio capture. I'm actually probably not going to mess with it. Can I click this button? Oh, audio. Okay. So yes, I am in stereo. Is that bad? Oh, there's like buttons to press here. Desktop audio. Disabled. Disabled. Fast. Simple peak. Default. Oh, no, I'm not going to mess with it, guys. This is too complicated for me right now. This is too complicated for me. A lot of you saying it's okay. It's fine. So hopefully you guys just watch it and watching it. Yeah, so look, man. I mean, I get it. Hey, you're going to appeal. But holy shit, man. Holy shit, man. This is set mic to mono. Set mic to mono. Well, we cannot spend all night on this, guys. Studio mode. Set mic to mono. Output audio. I cannot change. Oh, no, I cannot change it. I can't change general. Desktop mic. Oh, here we go. Default built-in Yeti speaker. Okay, let's do the Yeti speaker. Maybe it's a Yeti speaker. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? It's fine. Good to learn. Surround sound. I don't know what that is. DK. Yeah, it's good to learn because maybe we do more of these live streams, so it's probably better to learn this anyway. Desktop audio. This. Oh, hey, we can do this. Right? No, we can't do that. Desktop audio too. That would be pretty good. Go back. Okay, we go back to default. Is it better now? It's worse. Okay, guys, we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Yeah, I do not know. I do not know what is going on. Fade. Device Yeti. Yeah, I'm device Yeti. I think I'm the right device. Properties. Enable down mixing. I don't know what that is. Better now. Okay, it's fine. Okay, well, fine. Guys, we're not going to do this anymore, okay? That's it, guys. We're not going to do this no more. Sounds better. Okay, good. Okay, we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it. Where did it go? The own goal. Look at how ridiculous. Oh, okay, it's too loud for some people. Does it echo now? Now it's bad. Now it's echoing. You gotta go back. Echo. Fix echo. Oh, sound. Okay. Gee. Okay. Okay. How do we fix it? Default. It's better now. Fix echo. Echoing bad. Echo. Is it echoing right now? Let me see. Jeez.
I am live.
Is it fixed now?
Yes. Anyway. Desktop.
Oh yeah. So I do not know how to fix this. Does anyone know how to fix it? So studio mode, settings, audio. It's an echo now. It's sounding fine. Yeah, I don't know what the hell we're doing. We should have just done it originally. Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise. Both. Is it working now?
Okay, how do we fix it?
No, it's working now, right?
Default.
Is it working
now? Fix echo. Echoing bad.
Is it working now or not? Go. Yes, we're at default already. There's 10 seconds of delay. Yeah. Okay, just leave it. Okay, I thought we were fine.
Echo. Echo. Is it echoing right now? I am.
Is it echoing right now? It's still echoing? No, it's echoing because I'm playing the audio, guys. I think I fixed it. It got worse. Okay, whatever. Like it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. If it echoes, it echoes. Yeah, as long as it's listenable, that's what all we're gonna do. Okay, like there's like a delay. The problem is there is a delay. Oh yeah, Ersatz Cat. Yeah, we need Ersatz Cat, right? We need Ersatz Cat fixed. Okay, don't yell now. Like I'm not gonna touch nothing, guys. I'm not gonna touch nothing. Okay. Cytopia confirmed that it's good. It was better before. Yeah, it's always better before you touch it, and then people tell you to touch it. See, this is what happens. This is what happens, guys. We are not going to. Okay, we are way off. Okay, we are way off. Hey, okay, no. We have to get back to the funny Ersatz Cat stuff. Okay, what are we paying you for? Yeah, if we fix it, it'll get worse. We paying you. Paying. Oh, here we go. Paying. That's not necessary. There's a slight echo. It's fine. If there's a slight echo, just go for it. Yes, just go for it. You sound speaking. Yeah, okay. Whatever, guys. Whatever. We're not going to do. To be honest, this is what got Karl Jobst in trouble, listening to the audience and so on. You ruined the video's audio. Did I?
Live?
I did. It is. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Slight echo. It's good to test out other audio settings. So this is audio setting. Maybe default. Is default better? Is default better? Yeah, maybe I got a fart in the microphone.
Yes, we're at default already.
Okay. It's weird. No, this is good, right? Is this good? Is default better? No, I don't like default. It's like much louder. It's much less. What, you guys like default? What, you guys are good? You guys are good? Leave, no touch. Default is... Alright, okay. Alright. Okay. We are not going to touch this no more, okay? Okay. Just, okay, fine. Fine. We are, we gotta get back to the, what the hell are we talking about? Oh, okay. Let's get to this. Okay, let's get to this. Now you sound like you're in a toilet, but that's probably better. Yeah, we're not gonna touch it. This is the best. Okay, well, that's fine. You guys deal with it. Keep it. That's perfect. Okay, 100% improved. It takes a really special person to go after the judge with a picture of the judge. I was thinking, like, what type of person puts a picture of a judge and then says Judge Ken Barlow is the most gullible man alive? I know you guys, I always love Batman, and Batman, Joker comes after Judge. Yes. So, in Batman, like the Joker, the villain, like I don't know too many people who come after judges, and the only thing I can think about is like the Joker, right? And in the movie, right? He sends the judge a card, and then the card kind of blows up. So I'm wondering, like, who does this? Right? Yeah, no matter what you think about a judge, who puts a picture of a judge and says he's the most gullible man alive? We can go down. We can go down here. Like, this is like Joker level of stuff, right? Like, who would do this, right? And they're saying, oh, blah blah blah.
to his honor, he is the also recognized by Guinness World Records as the most gullible person on earth. Like, who would say that? Like, but man, this guy is a massive sucker. Like what is going on here? You know, like okay, let me show you something ridiculous. Okay, let me show you side by side. Okay, let me show you side by side what he believed, what Perfect Pac-Man, what this guy said about the judge on day 7. Okay, let's take a look at day 7. Judge Barlow. Okay, no, there's too many Judge Barlows. Wow, there's a lot of holy shit, there are a lot of comments. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is what he says about the judge. Yeah, you missed the audio segment where we just spent time doing audio. Some judges consider themselves to be merely cogs in the wheel, allowed only to observe strict matters of law. In a world of appeals and precedent and judicial oversight, the perspective can be understandable. It tends to be personally safer and more conservative approach. But that methodology also allows malignant actors like Billy Mitchell free rein to manipulate the process. Billy knows he can lie under oath and that at least some of the lies can go unchallenged. True justice requires judges and juries to see the totality of what's going on before them. It obliges finders of fact to differentiate bad faith actors from honest individuals who make mistakes, and to recognize patterns of dishonesty and act accordingly. Okay? Judge Ken Barlow strikes me as an astute adjudicator, often asking exactly the sort of clarifying questions I hope he would. Okay, let's read this again. Judge Ken Barlow strikes me as an astute adjudicator, often asking exactly the sorts of clarifying questions I was hoping he would. Okay, and once the verdict goes down, now Judge Barlow is the most gullible person on earth. He is a massive sucker. How? Astute means intelligent. Astute means like intelligent, observant. Astute is like it's someone like smart, someone who can figure out what's going on. Yeah, perceptive. Perceptive would be good. How did this judge, who after trial, before verdict, he strikes me as an astute adjudicator, perceptive, intelligent, knows what's going on, often asking exactly the sort of clarifying questions I was hoping he would. How did this guy become the most gullible person on earth? How did we come from the judge being like a good judge to now he is the most gullible person on earth? Just because he didn't go your way, right? And yeah, people were saying Judge Ken Barlow. Okay, let's and they attacked the people. They attacked this man, and they attacked him the same way they were attacking Billy Mitchell, right? So I'm going to go incognito. So this is here. If I type in his name, well, the third thing, and this is only 2 days ago. So this thing is going to go up to page 1. So whenever anyone types in Judge Ken Barlow is going to, I love you made the connection, listening to 2 minutes, yes, Case of Ruby, like that's exactly what happened here, it's happening in Karl Jobst. And like real time, is we listened to people and they wanted to do this and they want to press this button and somebody want to press this button and then somebody said it was echoing, someone said it was too loud, and then there was like, default was just best, right? So they went after this man. Like, what's so bad about this dude? Did he, they're saying he's biased and like, you weren't if you did not say at this point in time before the verdict that he's biased, how the hell are you going to tell me he's biased after? Like, if you would know a judge is biased because he would be biased throughout the trial. Nowhere in these pages and pages and pages and pages and pages is before the verdict does Ersatz Cat say he's biased. So during the trial, was the judge really biased? Was he extremely gullible? Is this what you thought of the man? And then you put a picture of him and you do this. This is mean. This is very mean behavior. This is very mean-spirited behavior. And let me show you another thing. And this is something that I covered. What they're doing is very mean. It's not friendly. It's not funny. It's not nice. You can hate someone, but I don't know why you would do this. This guy. They absolutely obliterate. So this is the expert witness. Why attack expert witnesses? Why attack judges? Why keep attacking these people? This is a witness who gave his opinion. And I made a video responding to this, and I said you can see the video on my channel that, hey man, this is not right. This is not right. Like, what, regardless of what you believe about this guy, and regardless of if you think he's helping Billy Mitchell, he's just a witness. He's an expert witness talking about, right? Like, he's an Michael Zeta, right? Like, I don't want to talk any more about him, but the way they come after this man is an old dude. He's not Billy Mitchell. He's not. Yeah, I get it. He did some stuff, but like, look at the title of this thing, man. Total creep. Is it really necessary to do this? He's a witness. He's a witness. Yes, he gave, in his opinion, he gave evidence that helped Billy Mitchell. But like, why do this? Like, why do this? Like, come on, guys. Like, why do this? John, like, at the end of the day, if it was just about that, let me tell you how it works. If it doesn't say Billy Mitchell here, does it get the same amount of views it got? What does? Well, look at the title. It's a picture of Billy Mitchell, total creep, and then a picture of the guy's head. Like, he's saying he's a total creep? Is it Billy Mitchell or is it this guy that we don't know? Like, just look at the screen. Look at the thumbnail. God, you cannot tell me, like, it's Billy Mitchell. You cannot tell me this is a cool thumbnail for people. It literally is Billy Mitchell's head, total creep, and there's some random guy that we don't know, right? But we assume maybe he's Billy Mitchell's expert witness. Like this makes sense for you guys? You know, like, and look at this. Why? Every time people search up Judge Ken Barlow now, it's going to be this thing here, right? Now, I'm not on incognito, right? I'm not on incognito. Yeah, same thing. Third. So every time somebody searches, oh, hey, I got this judge. I want to know a little bit more about him. They're going to see this, and this. This is only 2 days ago, by the way. So this one is easily SEO to number 1. Right? It is. I don't know why you would do this. I don't know the point of doing this. Oh man, like, I get it. Hey, like, is there a way to do this? Yeah, there's a way to do this. Maris, I don't have access to email right now because I don't have my device. Is there a way to do this is there a way to attack the argument and not attack the person? When I'm dealing, right, when I'm dealing with like people in Karl's Discord channel coming over on YouTube, they always want to attack me, right? They always want to attack me, attack me, attack me. They don't want to talk about the argument. They don't want to talk about like, hey, you know, they don't want to talk about this. Like, I have some pretty good stuff here, like, right? I have some pretty good stuff. But they don't want to talk about the, well, I mean, they never talk about this type of stuff, right? Hey, I'm talking about, you know, is there a second lawsuit? Is there one lawsuit? Is there 3 lawsuits? Or are there 4 lawsuits, right? And Karl even mentions in his video that his GoFundMe description was not done well. So even Karl admits that this description is not good. And if he had to redo it, he would rewrite it. Even in Karl's video, he reiterates that what I said. Hey, this is not written very well. And maybe it would be better to just say, hey, it's about Apollo Legend, and not to talk about cheater in the first 2 sentences. Karl is very smart. Don't think he's not smart. In the first 1 minute, he puts what you want to see. Okay, attacking the judge is so stupid. Okay. I'm going to explain why. Let's scrap this. Attacking the judge is so stupid. I can't even believe it. Okay, judge is friends. Judges are friends with other judges. They work at the same building. Who is going to decide the appeal? A judge or maybe multiple judges? Do you think these judges are going to think, hey, they went after my friend, Judge Barlow, and even posted an article about him being, I don't want to misquote it, right? I could be sued if I misquote this, the most gullible man alive. Which is very bad for a judge, right? To call a judge the most gullible man alive, that's really bad, guys. That means that the judge, what do judges do? They see through BS by calling him an SEO, which is, you know, search engine optimization, the most gullible man alive. You are saying he is not a good judge. This is very disappointing. This is very, very disappointing. Like, I do not know why they have to attack expert witnesses. They have to attack other lawyers. They have to attack, like, I do not understand why they would have to bully. And it's really bullying. Right? But guess what? The courts will not be bullied. Bullied online. So let me ask you a question. When Judge Barlow is writing this, and he knows that, hey, Karl Jobst is going to be really, really mad at me. Do you think Judge Barlow understands that they're going to attack him in Discord? They're going to attack him on some blogs? Yeah, the next time, maybe Judge Barlow cheated at Donkey Kong. Like, take the L, man. Own it. And appeal the cost. I do not think it is like, let me turn on some lights. I do not think it's the worst thing in the world to apologize. I get, like, why no one in Karl Jobst. I do not know. Yeah, no, on the internet, you bully. You harass. You win. Not in court. Not in court. Not in court. Right? On the internet, they're going to bully this judge. You know, this is just the beginning for this dude. You know they're going to dig into his private information, find out where he lives. You know they're going to dox him. You know this. That's what Discord is for, right? Discord's for these private conversations. You know they're going to come after this man. When you write this much about this man in a very negative way, what are you trying to tell the people reading this? What's the point of writing this? What is the point of writing this? Look how long this thing is. We don't have time to cover it. What is the point of writing this? Look, works cited. Like okay, let's just kind of read up some of this. I saw Billy Mitchell texting Billy's son. Billy 4 texted Mitchell, "Don't tell them we talked." Mitchell replied, "No," then deleted the text messages. Yeah, Judge Bar... Okay, let's read this. Judge Ken Barlow is an absolute sucker. He's willing and eager to carry water for con artists like Billy Mitchell. And worse, to do it for free, at the cost of his own reputation. He has nothing important to add to the Billy Mitchell conversations, and aside from the power he wields, nothing he says should be taken seriously. I can't exactly say the rulings were worthless, because they were so obviously worth a lot of money to a certain carny swindler out here, but it was total rubbish for those of us who care about the truth. Barlow's written opinion is actually worth less for the fact that it was delivered electronically, because if it was on paper, at least then I could use it to wipe my ass. Judge Ken Barlow, thanks for absolutely nothing. Please do everyone a favor and retire. Oh, and watch out for those drop bears. I hear they're dating. Is he making a threat on this guy? What's a drop bear? What is a drop bear? I don't even want to look at it. Does anyone know what a drop bear is? Oh, and on a personal note, to anyone who told me, you think you know more than the judge? Help yourself to a big nutritious bowl of eat shit. No, trust me, it's delicious. Anyway, like I said, I still have more to say. He's got more to say. Ersatz got more to say. How many words is this? What's the count on this? Anyway, I like to say I still have more to say, and I do intend to discuss Karl's own mistakes in a bit more detail as well. But I wanted this piece to stay focused on the ruling document itself, what it misrepresented, and what it left out. Thank you all for reading. Trans rights are human rights, and we'll see you all back here next time. My God, there's more left to say? No, you imagine you are the appeals judge. You do some research, and you realize your friend, Judge Barlow, has been attacked in a 35,000 word article that now ranks for his name. And if you don't do what the bullies say, you are next. Right? Isn't that what the whole point of writing this to be? No, I think the appeals judge is going to care. You know why? Do you know why the appeals judge is going to care? Will care. And this is why. So mitigation is a defense to defamation. If you guys don't know this, let me show it to you. Australian law, mitigation, defense to defamation. So in America, mitigation is a defense to defamation. I think this is Australia. Yeah, this is Australian law. Okay, we're in Australian law. To rely on mitigation as a defense in defamation case, the defendant must specifically plead it. This is to ensure both parties are aware of the arguments being raised and prepare the courts, blah, 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 Failure to plead mitigation prevents a defendant from adducing evidence in support of mitigation argument. The admissible evidence of mitigation. Key takeaways: understanding the scope of admissible evidence for mitigation is central to both parties. Okay, this is whatever. But mitigation is a defense to the amount of money you have to pay. So we are not mitigating here. We are doubling down. We are not mitigating at all. Look, apology is maybe an apology. I get it. Maybe he doesn't want to apologize. But for God's sake, don't attack the judge, Billy Mitchell, or others right now. Could you not, please not just refrain yourself from doing this? Right? It is a incredible situation we have here, where we have a $600,000 lawyer plus now legal team, and they allowed Karl Jobst to publish yet another video going after Billy Mitchell. When you watch Karl Jobst's apology video, do you think it went after Billy Mitchell? Yeah, it did. Does anyone who watched this video not think it was very critical of Billy Mitchell? Is anyone watching this video don't believe that Billy Mitchell was trying to think, oh, he's very litigious, he had all these things? Karl made a... Okay, let's go back to Karl Jobst. Let's go back to Karl Jobst, because I think we've spent enough time on Ersatz Cat. Ersatz Cat is not really the main person here. Okay, so this case was in 2021. 9/13/2021. He made a video 2 months ago, which was during the verdict. Sorry, it was after trial ended and before verdict. Do you guys realize that right now Karl's lawyer is trying to settle with Billy's Mitchell? Do you guys know this? At this exact moment in time, that's what they're trying to do. That's what the judge asked them to do. Figure out a price, and hopefully we don't have to do this again in appeal. Imagine I'm Karl's lawyer. I'm told by the judge, and the judge told Billy Mitchell's lawyer as well, let's get together. Let's try to figure out a decent payment plan, a settlement idea. Let's not go to appeal because that's going to cost more money. Why in the world we are in settlement talks forced, or not forced, required by the judge? Why would we want to attack the plaintiff who won while we are settling? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. We do not want to attack Billy Mitchell while we're trying to get a settlement out of him, because it's not going to make him want to settle with us. Why would we attack the judge? Or let Ersatz Cat do it, I guess. I don't understand. Attack the argument, not the if you could write this. You can easily write this without attacking the judge in the way that was attacked. You can say, hey, I don't agree with the verdict. I don't agree with the verdict. You could easily say, I don't agree with Judge Ken Barlow's verdict. Not have a picture. Why do you need to phrase it like this? Why does it need to be phrased this way? Why does this have to be here? Like, why does... You know, I don't see no cheating, deceit, fraud. Why does it have to be... He's suing me again. He's afraid. total creep. Like, it literally is a picture of Billy Mitchell, and the words total creep, not understanding total creep refers to the expert witness, right? Not everyone looks at this thumbnail is going to be like this. Like, how does a expensive $600,000 lawyer not prevent the I lost video? Oh, let me ask you, you guys are lay people. If you were his lawyer, would you allow him to make this video? Now having watched the video, would you allow this video to go up? Do you think this is a good idea? And it's not a good idea. I can tell you why it's not good. Let me show you why it's not a good idea. Where is it? I saw something kind of weird. Look. Billy Mitchell is watching you very closely, Karl. And how do I know this? So when I initially watched this video, I thought this is a picture of Billy Mitchell. Right? Billy Mitchell probably copyright strike. I'm pretty sure this is a picture of Billy Mitchell.
He took his own life. Not that Billy...
Maybe this is Apollo Legend. No, I don't know if this is Billy Mitchell or Apollo Legend. Somebody correct me, but there's no picture here. Like, you can't make... Oh, thank you, Peter Parker. The thumbnails prove Karl was being malicious. Yeah, malicious is important when you come to damages and so on, but, like, I think... Oh, that's Apollo. Okay, that's Apollo. So, not Billy. I have no doubts that Billy Mitchell is watching this video. Do you have any doubt that Billy Mitchell was watching this video with his very, very good lawyer? And at the end of the day, it is really, really strange that any lawyer would allow you to make this type of video about Billy Mitchell when you're trying to settle. You're right now, they're in settlement talks, right? You might be like, oh, well, what can we, I mean, there's give and take. Right? So if I were Billy Mitchell, I wouldn't want this to go to appeal. So in my settlement, I would just say it's not going to appeal. So they're right now, they're being forced to talk to each other about what is a good price and how much will be paid and the payment plan. And so Billy Mitchell does not want this to go to appeal. So he's probably willing to be somewhat flexible on the cost. But how can you then make a video about this? And I do not know a lawyer who would allow this to happen. I think it is very bizarre. So this lawyer is milking Karl like crazy. When you watch the verdict, and when the verdict said, and Billy Mitchell's lawyer has, the settlement was $3,000. We have all the timestamps. We got all these post-it notes and stuff. That mother effer was ready. Win or lose, that dude was ready. The dude was ready to respond. This lawyer waited until the last moment in time. You can see here in my video. He waited until the last possible moment in time, right here, 4:15, to file an outline of argument. I have no idea why they're still going with this lawyer. It sounds kind of ridiculous in my opinion, but they're going to go with him. We're going to talk about the appeal a little later. Let me see if there's any, original lawsuit. We actually contacted the court. This is the court. And they told us it was just one lawsuit. They combined, it was basically the same lawsuit. Oh, here's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, so in the video, I'm finally going to trial against Billy Mitchell. Karl chose to edit and include the clips in his video. It's literally the first clip of the video and made no attempt to correct what this video clip was about. Karl could have said, it's not over cheating claims, so I want to make that clear. Yeah, why didn't he clarify any of this stuff? He chose to include that clip, Karl also chose to include a news article in the video 056. I wish I could bring up the news. So I'm pretty sure that person contacted me, the person who wrote that article, and he has a very interesting story to tell. With no attempt at correcting it, this for me seals the fact that Karl made a purposefully attempt to convince the public the lawsuit is about cheating. I have a fan of Karl's, however. In my view, Karl cannot say he did not intend to mislead the public. He intentionally included video clips, articles stating the suit is about cheating. Yeah, that's from his fan. That's from his fan, guys. Like, and when I read this, like, look, where's Apollo Legend? Let me Control F. Oh, absolute legends. Okay, hey, there's a lot of legends here. There's a lot of legends, but is there a Apollo legend? Nope. There's no Apollo legends. So what's going on? But if I type in she... Oh, a lot of people saying he cheated. Actually, let's read this stuff. Let's bring down the cheater. Okay. Well, let's read some comments. Let's go. Let's go. Let's read the let's read what people in time thought about the comments. Okay, let's do this. I think this is pretty funny. Okay. Let's bring down the cheater is the #1 comment. It's the first comment. Billy Mitchell is bad and evil. He deserves the death penalty. He deserves the death penalty. Okay? Billy Mitchell needs to burn for using criminal systems to bully and harass. It needs to stop. Karl is a great person and Billy Mitchell is a giant joke and cheater. Let's see if there's any more cheater. Been watching your videos. Billy Mitchell is a cheater. Billy Mitchell is a compulsive liar. F Billy Mitchell. Watch tyrants, narcissists, evil people. I hate what Billy Mitchell stands for. I believe Billy is a bully. I'm from Brisbane. I wish you the best. Joining the fight to raise awareness of the horrible disease of narcissism. Does anyone have Apollo Legend? Everyone has you absolute legends, but no Apollo Legend. Let's keep going. Bully, they're calling him bully. Good luck, mate. Finish him. Mitchell is a narcissistic psycho. FM, I liked Apollo Legend. Here we got one. We got one. So this person knew it was about Apollo Legend, but more people thought it was about cheating. Blah, blah, blah. Billy Mitchell must be stopped. Go kick his ass in court. Billy Mitchell is an idiot. BM stinks. I believe Karl is an honorable man, standing for the truth. Thank you. I appreciate your whole channel. I have no idea what this is costing you. Hoping it costs Billy Mitchell more and will expose his scam. Billy Mitchell is the absolute worst. I do not accept anyone abusing legal system to bully or extort others. Billy is a giant douche. I'm tired of Billy's lies. Go suck a key dong. I hate liars. Hope the lawsuit is over soon. Hope you can stop him. Billy the brat. Go get him, Karl. Love your videos. Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, look how this dude donated $1,000. Oh, it's Dark Viper AU. Hey, wait, hold on a second, guys. It's Dark Viper AU. The guy who donated perhaps the most amount of money is Dark Viper AU. Oh man, holy shit, man. Dark Viper AU's here. Okay. You are a huge keeper of integrity. I wish you good luck, but honestly not needed when winning is guaranteed. You are awesome. Defeat this narcissist. Fraudulent scumbag. Billy is just playing the victim. R.I.P. Billy. You know, I don't know why the judge didn't use some of this stuff. Billy is a huge Mitch. Karl has a right to defend himself. You're an absolute legend. For the greater good. It's disgusting that wealthy assholes are allowed to threaten a person's way of life just for saying something remotely negative about them. Especially something that is provably true. I wonder what this guy thinks this is about. Right? Do you think this guy thinks it's about Apollo Legend? Or something else? Sleaze cheating. Oh, there's cheating again. Liars. A random Redditor linked to 12 of your videos about this. I just watched them all back to back. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh, here. Best of luck on your fight. Looking forward to the tournament. They're talking about the pizza tournament. I want to see Billy Mitchell go down. Well, your donations have now funded Billy Mitchell. Thank you. This is my Braille's tab book. I don't know what that means. Because we need people to expose scammers, even if it's almost exclusively in the video game industry. Injustice about Billy Mitchell. This is very unfair to you. Hope you win the lawsuit. I don't want Billy Mitchell to win. Someday someone will make a countersuit. Karl is a legend. Absolute legend. I realize that this video doesn't begin with absolute legends.
On the 1st of April...
Was Karl lying about you guys being absolute legends? Look, man, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't need a 32-minute video to say that, hey, I messed up. A 32-minute video is trying to get people to get on your side. And Karl has done a very good job at this. Karl has done a tremendous job at controlling the narrative. And how he does it is the apologies are always at the end of the video. The important stuff, the misdirection and the cheating allegations are always at the beginning of the video. Yeah, so this doesn't make any sense. So he's saying that he did retract it in a totally unrelated video. Where's the Dark Shows video? What's that called? Where's that video? Where's that video? The retraction. Yeah, that's another topic I want to cover. The retraction, because I think that's very important. And it kind of shows you how Karl does things. He's very smart. Karl is very, very smart. Where's that retraction thing?
Having to remove these videos from his channel. And of course, evidence to support never video had to get money from a politician. In response, in that video was almost certainly in his lawsuit against me. Those are the events that they what did. I think expressing news outlets were posting articles, lawyers, and told them he was going to file it again. It is still in the self and but
okay, does anyone have a timestamp on this for the video? So that's another point I want to point out is how manipulative this is. Does anyone have a timestamp on when he's talking about the Dark Shows video? Okay, we're gonna go here. Timestamp. Timestamp. Anyone have a time? Like it gotta be like where did the video go?
His response video, he even said that removing the words or making a retraction would make no difference. Several days after I reinstated my claim, I stated that proceedings were necessary. Despite this, I still
1050. Thank you. 1050. Okay. 1050.
I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged.
No, it's not 1050. 1248. 1248. Oh, here we go. So this is a 30-minute video. Where do you guys think, and it has nothing in it. So like, if you are interested only in the Billy Mitchell lawsuit, and you watch this video, the greatest feat in video game history, okay? The greatest feat in video game. Okay, here we go. Okay, so like, what in this video screams to you Billy Mitchell retraction? Like if you click, like before clicking on this video, like would you know that this is a retraction video?
How does one prove complete dominance over a game? Since the birth of video games have
Here we go. Even the AI does not know this is about Billy Mitchell. Look at what the AI says this is about. Lord of Cinder Fallen. Look at what the AI thinks this is about. Hey, thanks, OSW Review HD. Nice to see you here. Look at what the AI thinks this video is about. It says intro. Try doing it without getting hit. Kin of First Flame. Victory achieved. Rise from every fall. And then Lord of Cinder Fallen. Like, what, is it in here? Is there retraction here? Like, what? Like, this is very disingenuous to say that he made a... How would anyone know that there's a retraction in this specific video? Like, just take a look at this video, what it's about, what the AI thinks is about, and tell me, like, this is kind of manipulative, no? Like, let's just, I mean, let's hear the retraction. Oh, it's okay. Let's hear that retraction.
Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video.
Okay, so at 28:30, on a 30-minute and 12-second video, on a totally unrelated title, totally unrelated, you know, he loves putting Billy Mitchell. Yeah, exactly, Scientopia. How can AI get this so wrong? I don't get it. There's no Billy Mitchell. The AI got it wrong, guys. I don't get it. Where's the AI? Where's the AI when you need it? How in the world is this a retraction video where nobody watching the video knows what the... It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating the way that he manipulates the people. Look. Man, look at this. Look at this. This is so...
Hello, you absolute...
Okay, this is so... Any video that was negative about Billy Mitchell has a picture of him, has his name in the title, probably followed by cheater Billy Mitchell. Billy is screwed. So in A Squirrel, in the one video where you have to retract it, this is what it looks like. And this is the title. And this is where it's located. And that's good enough. Like legitimately, holy. Okay, Squirrel, got my hair color done. Took nearly 6 hours. Is it black? Is it black? You get the hair done black in the profile picture, Squirrel. Hope that went well for you. 6 hours sounds like a lot. I just shave my head now. Since COVID, I just give myself haircuts now. Because it's, I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at some of these thumbnails where they're destroying Billy Mitchell. Okay? We got Billy. We got Billy is screwed. We've got some type of advertisement here. Cheater Billy. Cheater Billy. Oh, here's a picture of Billy. Picture of Billy. Destroyed Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell. Okay, here's a picture of Billy. Here's a picture. Like, what is going on here? Okay, can't speak for Karl's viewership retention, but for me, 1/3 of the viewers click off in the first minutes. Yeah, same for me. And only 1/3 would be watching at the end. If I wanted to hide a retraction, I put it at the end. Absolutely right. OSW Review HD. Peter Parkett says, why would Karl put a retraction in a Dark Souls video? I don't know, man. I do not know. And not make it a separate video. This is the question, Peter Parker, that this is, out of all the things in the video, the one thing he's getting chewed out the most is the retraction. So if you go to his comment section, that's what the Karl audience is saying. Because look at all these videos. Like, they got Billy, they fight Billy Mitchell, like, he's in the title, he's in the thumbnail. Why would you, and let's take a listen to what it actually says.
Video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support.
Okay, what is his very good evidence? Do you guys think his evidence is very good? Yeah, hello, I'm trying to learn what not to do. Yeah, correct. Do you think his evidence is very good? His evidence was from Ersatz Cat. His evidence is basically Ersatz Cat finding somebody on Reddit and then talking about it. Right? Like, again, this is instead of going to Apollo Legend's brother, instead of going to Billy Mitchell or Billy Mitchell's son, his evidence was literally on Reddit. I think this is pretty weird. Yeah, let me address this. People are saying, okay, they were trying. You have a duty. So Karl, he's out to destroy people's lives. Do you understand the type of videos he makes? Do you understand the type of videos he makes? When he made a video about the completionist, there wasn't a oopsie doozy. He made a mistake. Let's take a look at how Karl treated the Gerard. And I'm guilty for this too, because I believe Karl. The completionist is in huge trouble. This charity is lying to you. They kept the money. Worst apology ever. Clueless lawyer defends the completionist. This is him attacking Moon. The open hand charity scam is much worse. No, Karl is not out to make friends. Karl is out to destroy you. Do you understand that Karl is not out to be nice with you? When he's recording you, you gotta be very careful around Karl. I mean, he is not. This man, guilty. Again, guilty, not guilty, whatever you think about this man, he lost everything. He lost everything. He lost his long-term partner. He lost his team of 20 people. He lost any respect. He lost his Indie Land fundraiser, which he did like doing. He just didn't like donating. He is out for blood. And now we should have, now we need to have, so it's what Shannon Sharp says. Shannon Sharp, I love his takes. Right? Have that same energy, right? Have that when you are going after the completionist, when you're going after Billy Mitchell, when you're going after Billy Mitchell's lawyer, the judge, when you're going after all these people, have that same energy when they come after you, right? He gets it. I'm positive Karl understands this. He definitely weaponizes. Do you guys want me to go Discord right now? Because I can show you shit that will blow your mind on Discord. No. It gets views. Alter, the reason he does this, it gets views. Yeah, Shannon Sharp is great. Have that same level of energy, Karl. Okay, let's talk about this guy for a little bit. 10 years, $650,000. Did he eventually donate the money, or a large chunk of the money, $600,000? Yes, he did. Is he guilty legally? Is he going to prison? No. Right? There's actually no laws against keeping the money in your charity for 10 years. It's just not, it's just, there's not any laws against that. It's just kind of ethically bad. You know, no one would think that you would do it, but like, I guess you could if you wanted to, right? There are charities that keep 99% of their money. If you want to go after this man this way, you can't then be angry when people come after you the same way you came after him. When you come after Billy Mitchell, and this is all you have, like, let's read it.
To my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had.
Oh, so here is the Jobst of the problem. We live in a world where, okay, so Karl makes a video about Billy Mitchell that was wrong. And Karl expects Billy Mitchell to come to him. Why, Karl, can't you go to him? Why can Karl not talk to Billy Mitchell? Why does Karl wait for Billy Mitchell to have to beg to Karl? I think it is very weird. I think it is very, very weird, right? That like two people cannot talk about this on the phone. This should have been a phone call. This should have been a phone call. Hey, sorry about this. I got my evidence from Reddit and Ersatz Cat, and you know how he is. I don't know if Billy came to him or not. I'm not clarified, but like this should have been a phone call. Right? In today's society, with all the communication we have, you can't Zoom the dude, you can't call the dude, you can't contact his son who's running, you can't contact his social media. The one thing that Karl doesn't have public records of him contacting Billy Mitchell on social media trying to get this done. Right? Just talk to him. Just talk to him. What is the danger of talking to the dude? Right?
However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final...
And that's it. This is why he lost. Do you guys understand why the judge is so critical? This is why he lost. He could have always reached out. He could have waited to publish his video and reached out. Do you understand why he lost? I hope this makes sense to you guys. Do you understand why the judge was so critical? He always could have done this. This was the move. Why publish a video when you're not completely confident when you could have done this all along? Right? Couldn't you just reach out to this family member all along? And he was happy to tell you? Like,
version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect.
And he keeps saying almost certainly incorrect. Almost certain. No, it was incorrect. It was incorrect, guys.
I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my...
Look, man, I mean... I would say this is like, this is Karl, and this is what he does best. He puts the retraction here. His audience is too smart. His audience is too smart for this, right? He's trained his audience to be attack dogs, right? Let me show you my video. Let me show you retention. And again, is my retention identical to this video? I'm not sure. If I'm watching a video like Dark Shows or whatever this video is, and then suddenly it cuts to Billy Mitchell, I'm probably not going to watch the end of it. I'm probably not going to watch all of it, right? Let me go to let me go to one of my lives, okay? Let me go to analytics, content. Let me just pick any video. I'll pick any video. Where? Sorry. This is very weird. Let me pick. Can I see analytics here? No. Let me pick live. Let me pick this video right here. Okay, let's click on it. Okay, now we can go to analytics. So, actually, this is not a fair video because it's a live stream. I just realized I made a mistake. I have to actually pick a video. Okay, let's pick this one video here. Let's go to analytics. So, look at the retention. Okay, so in the first minute, or not even the first minute, in the first 28 seconds, and Karl knows this. In the first 28 seconds, I've lost 25% of my audience already. In the first minute, I've lost over 33% of my audience has been lost. Okay? And then all the way down here, I'm now down to 25% of my audience. Every single YouTuber, yeah, like OSW Review says, when Karl says the judge found Billy to be a credible witness, does that mean the judge finds him to be more believable than Karl? Yes, that's what it means. That Karl was not on good behavior. I don't know. I don't exactly have the details, but yeah. So Karl thinks he's so much smarter than everyone else, right? So if you were to hide a retraction, you wouldn't hide it here, right? This is the cheating. Do you understand? This is the cheating part where you put the video about the news channel talking about how it's about cheating. That's where you put it here. Yeah, no, I don't talk about his wife and kids. No, that's okay. So yeah, the Karl. So one of the things you do. One of the things that lawyers are paid to do is to train you how to act in court. When I was sued, I had to take lessons, 2 to 3 hours, of how to represent myself in deposition. So we didn't go to court. That was dropped. So it does matter your facial expressions. It does matter, like how believable. Remember, the judge only has you for 7 days. If you're pouting, there's Billy Mitchell. I think that's the official Billy Mitchell account. Let me double check. I always gotta check because there's a lot of trolls. Yes, I believe that is the official Billy Mitchell's account. So hi to Billy Mitchell or Billy Mitchell's son. It is one of the two. So it is either Billy Mitchell or Billy Mitchell's son. So here's what I'm thinking is like Billy Mitchell can represent himself in court well. Well, that's facial expressions. Yeah, Billy Jr. It's either Billy Jr. or Billy. It's facial expressions. It's like, hey, I'm the victim. Like, it is kind of, I don't want to say, but like, if you are an asshole in court, then it does show, right? And I think at the end of the day, one person, Billy Mitchell came off a lot better than Karl Jobst. him off a lot better than Karl Jobst. But this is the duty of the lawyer to make sure Karl Jobst is prepared for trial. So even if you're like smirking and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Yeah, there's actually, the judge is actually commenting on this exact matter. So Bruno's correct. There's actual comments on this exact matter. So ArcMatt, what type of video you got? We played your video. ArcMatt. People are saying ArcMatt has a video. Let's give him a shout out. Let's give ArcMatt a shout out, and let's see what the video is. Billy Mitchell versus Karl Jobst, the trial of the century, timeline and hidden gems. No commentary. Okay, let's give it a look. Okay, I'm gonna put. Oh, this is volume on. Oh, it's like, I don't know if that's copyright music. Maybe we'll give it another look later. Daily Mail. So we'll give it a look later. Yeah, this is like, you gotta like, it's a 7-day trial, right? No, just watching your channel, remembering how you got dragged in like Van Buren. Yeah, Van Buren got dragged. That dude was like a huge Billy Mitchell, I think he was a huge Billy Mitchell fan. Then he turned on Billy Mitchell. Yeah, congrats. Like, yeah, guys, give him a view. Definitely give him, where did it go? Yeah, give him a view. I cannot watch it right now because I don't know if there's copyright and right? But give them ArcMatt a view. So congratulations on the great video. Yeah, it is definitely overperforming. This is a video. Yeah, okay, that's good. So people, Cytopia recommended that. But when you pay your lawyer is supposed to come up with the strategy. Okay, you are paying him the big dollars to speak for you. I do not know. Number one, he's overpaid. How do I know this guy is overpaid? Yeah, be free. Yeah, that's great, ArcMatt. Yeah, I have no problem with people using my clips. How do I know this lawyer is being overpaid? Well, the court literally says, hey, you might be paying these guys too much money. It's excessive. No, there's a problem with the lawyers. There is a problem with the mother effing lawyers. So whatever you think Karl's responsibility is, I am going to show you. Where are the lawyers? Okay, lawyers. I'm Billy Mitchell. I made a lot of videos. Maybe Billy Mitchell. Maybe Karl Jobst is my Billy Mitchell. Lawyer on if he appeals, leak Discord message or hurt him. F the lawyers. Oh, here we go.
Karl Jobst respond.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Almost immediately, 7 minutes later. No,
I don't, because F the lawyers and what they think. If I want to say something, I will say it. F letting people tell you what to do. A lawyer will always tell you to say nothing. Who wants to live by that principle? And here, he then goes on and says that he had, my total legal costs are well over. Okay, I don't know what that means, but well over 600K. Well over 600K for a bunch of people we're not going to listen to. That sounds fantastic. You know, that sounds great. You know, great news.
Former legal.
Let me see. Like, I'm trying to find out the. This is the Van Buren guy. He got absolutely crushed, right? F the lawyer. Yeah, F. So we paid $600,000. But let me find out where this is. I was very critical of the lawyers. Oh yes. Okay, this one.
You say are.
Oh, the judge was ridiculous in his judgment. Okay, no, let me bring it up here. Oh, here we go. The judge was ridiculous in his judgment. You have to look at previous cases with similar awards. They all have doctors' testimonies backing up health harm and our specialist confirmed. Billy just said he was hurt. That is absolutely not sufficient for an award this high. And there was clear bias. Do you think a lawyer, let's just pretend that we're Karl's lawyer. We are Karl's lawyer. We may need to practice in front of this judge again. Our client has his friend, his good friend, Ersatz Cat, post a picture of us saying we are the most gullible human being on earth. Right? And then here, we're talking about there is clear bias. He unnecessarily attacked me many times for things that had nothing to do with the complaint. Yeah, no. Does Karl actually think that the judge is not watching this or knows about this? The judge is well aware. The judge is incredibly well aware Karl's coming after him. In the judge's mind, right? He understands his verdict. He took extra time. In fact, he made it ironclad by saying instead of giving $400,000, which would be way too much. So the judge, instead of giving $400,000, the judge wanted to give $400,000 of damages, but he realized it was too much because then it would be appealed and overturned. So he gave $300,000. Right? The judge is very well aware that just like Karl Jobst comes after Billy Mitchell and his witnesses, he's going to come after Karl Jobst going to come after him or some, Discord members, something like this. I haven't read through his other cases, just the doc. There was a similar award last year, but the guy had multiple doctor testimonies who testimonies. It's ridiculous just to go saying that you're hurt without any expert testimony and get this kind of judgment. So that one was a medical one. You could be economically harmed, as Billy Mitchell mentioned, and actually has proof that there were conventions that didn't want him to come after this. So let's look at. So I was very, very critical of the lawyers. Crazy to slay Billy Mitchell. Legal bills are getting crazy. I think the legal bills are crazy. So the fact. Here's our good friend, the expert in literally everything. He looks young. This is a blur. Look at our friend Michael. Look at how young. How old do you think this guy is? And he doesn't have hair. I don't know why he has hair in this picture. But he doesn't have hair. Let me take a look at. Let me show you Michael. I don't know where his hair came from. Do you think he bought new hair because of he can now afford it? Where is Michael? Where are you, Michael? Where is Michael? Where's Michael? Okay, Karl Jobst. Let's put Karl Jobst in. Where is Michael? Where is our good friend Michael? It's some. Oh, this is our good friend Michael. Okay. So we kind of have a picture of him right here. This is our good friend. No. We need a picture of Michael with no hair. It's important for. Where is my? Okay, this is Michael right here. You can see he has no hair. Now he has a lot of hair. A lot of hair. You can see in the previous picture, he looked very young. This was the previous picture. How young do you think this guy is? Take a guess. Take a guess, guys. How young do you think his lawyer is? Because he is, okay, let's read what he's good at. So I'm a lawyer. I would say I'm a good patent attorney. I would say I'm okay at immigration, but I wouldn't say anything else. I would say I have 2 areas of law where I am sufficient at. Okay? This mother effer is good at admin law, which is international, appellate law. So here he goes. He's appellate. Arbitration, clearly he didn't arbitrate, mediate, or evaluate. He didn't settle. This is settlement. Banking and finance, building and construction, bankruptcy. Okay. Hey, maybe this guy's, you know, he can help him with bankruptcy, right? Commercial, contract. Oh, there's defamation. Equity, which is investment relations, right? Mergers, acquisitions, so on. Inquest, commissions of inquiry. I don't know what that is. Property and tort. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He is an expert in 13 different fields of law. He's been practicing since 2011, so he's only been a lawyer for 14 years now. 14 years max. 13-year experts thesis. That's 1 year per expert, per area of law. What in the world is happening? Like, what is happening here, guys? Why? Why in the world would we choose him? Like, holy moly, guys. He didn't go to a top law school from what I understand, right? I mean, it's like, how did Karl meet this guy? How did Karl choose this guy? So he's charging $600,000 plus just for trial only. Ersatz Cat is screaming in all caps, what did we pay you for? At closing arguments. I don't think you guys know how bad this is. Imagine you fumbling your timeline in your own closing. This is seriously very bad. Because that is the last thing. Oh, Bailey Mitchell says, usually clients choose solicitors who then choose the barista. Yeah, correct. Billy, in Australia, yeah, I realize that's what happens. So it is a legal team. So yes, the solicitors choose the barista. I'm just saying the whole team is just not up to snuff, right? So Ersatz Cat, who is the biggest fan, who is not beyond attacking a judge, is literally saying if he was in court, he would be essentially assault and battering Karl Jobst's own attorney. What the hell is happening? Like, what? Who is this guy? And why would we? Oh, here. There are a lot of lies being spread that I falsely claim Billy sued me because I said he cheated. I never claimed this. I only claimed it was relevant to as part of my defense. So playing a clip of media where you know that it was wrong and not correcting it seems a little bit sus, right? Okay, let's see, blah, blah, blah. Here's all the articles. Where's that document? There's a document, Cytopia. Cytopia, can you send me the document again? It's a document where the judge is saying, like, holy shit, like, why does your lawyer cost so much? Cytopia, can you send me that document? It was a document where, like, it was, like, a crazy amount of money. Yeah, it was some, like, crazy amount where, like, it didn't make any sense why it was, like, so much money. Lawyer on, maybe I type in lawyer. Karl Jobst lawyer. I'm trying to find that document right now. Oh, this is a clear bias. Legal team needs more money. Triggered by supporters' appeal. Second cheating lawsuit, which I think we've done a good job of this. Release Billy Mitchell verdict soon. That was 12 days ago, so we need Cytopia's help because I need him to send me the link. Because then we can really really go over that because I think that's really relevant here. $3,000 settlement, that seems very low. GoFundMe, mislead the fans. So, okay, thank you. Okay, we got it. Thank you, Cytopia. Okay, got it. Why does he have this? Oh, here we go. It's actually on Ersatz Cat's website. Okay. Let me read you this. Let me just Control F excessive. Okay, here we go. So we're talking about Karl Jobst' own lawyers. Further, it seems to me the cost of $25,000 attributed to drafting the defense in the first place, drafting the defense, is excessive. Judges do not say this unless it look at this. Look at how much money they charge. Look at how much money they charge Karl. Is this Karl? No, this is Billy. Look how much. Look at Billy's cost. Okay, look at Bill. Billy is the plaintiff. Billy is a plaintiff, and his cost is only like $99,000, under $100,000. This is the defendant. The defendant cost at this point in time was $210,000. The plaintiff has the burden of proof. In most cases, the plaintiff has to spend more money initially than the defendant. Yeah, we'll zoom in. Let me zoom in for you guys. Thanks for letting me know. This is, oh geez. This is the cost. Okay, hopefully it's zoomed in enough for you guys. This is the cost. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Okay, this is the cost from. Yeah, okay, the cost. We're good, guys. We're good. You guys are on delay. My God, reviewing and considering the claim and statement of claim and providing advice. They charged motherfucking $7,500. Nothing was done. I know what this is. I've been billed. I know what this is. This is just like, hey, how's the weather going today? No problem, OSW. Drafting the notice of intent to defend. So, okay, this is excessive. Why in the world would drafting a notice of intention to defend cost $25,000? The judge does not know. The judge does not understand some of these things. Review and considering the reply. Providing advice to defendant in respect of the same, $5,000. Drafting amendments to the defense and correspondence. Oh, classic, for real. We are getting, okay, thank you for the $2. We are getting to this. I'm trying to make an argument, and I think I need to take you. So, okay, what I'm going to say is, yeah, Cytopia, correct. Yeah, there are things that Karl could have realized. Holy shit, I'm getting milked like a mother effer right now. There are, okay, so here, where's my word pad? Okay, let me make this very clear. Number one, let's pretend I'm Karl's lawyer. Number one, okay, so we did this. We already done this. Okay, Karl's lawyers are super expensive, and I do not know why. Right? Are they good lawyers? Did they win? No, they got crushed in trial. Okay, so where did he meet these lawyers? Why does he like them? These lawyers allowed him to make videos during litigation, pre-trial, after trial, before verdict, and now after verdict. They either have no control over Karl, which then they should excuse themselves and say, hey, we can't control our client. He's going AWOL. I don't want to do anything with this. Judge, please excuse me. He got to find a new client. Like, or they're just milking him. And I have the evidence for you right now. I have the evidence because Karl, the estimate was $200,000. The law firm asked Karl for $400,000, and Karl paid. The law firm asked Karl for $600,000. Karl got angry and then paid. Had Karl had a better lawyer, I don't know if he can win or not, but the damages are not going to be this way. What could a better lawyer do? What could a better lawyer do? Ask for settlement. Even if Billy does not want to settle, this is a positive for damages mitigation. Look, $3,000 is nothing. So a good lawyer would tell Karl, stop making videos. This is our offer. Initially, when Karl said he made a good offer, I thought it was like $30,000. $30,000, maybe more. Apology video titled "I was wrong and I apologize for Billy Mitchell for my statements on Apollo Legend." And then I would even give him the copyright over the infringing video. For infringing video and promise not to make more videos. I think that gets it done. I think this gets it done 2 years. This is before trial. This is way before trial. I think this gets it done. Okay? So what could a good lawyer do? Okay, fine. Let's say we're here now. I would say this to Karl. Hey dude, stop making these videos. This we need to mitigate in case we lose. Okay? A good lawyer, the best lawyer, would do something called a set fee. So a set fee means you only pay X amount for the case. So the reason this case, I believe the reason this case became so convoluted is billable hours. The billable hours in these guys are huge. Okay, now we go here. Drafting the amendments to the defense and corresponding conferences with defendant that means like a Zoom call, to take instructions to assist with preparation of the same, including counsel settling the amendments to the defense. That was $15,000. Drafting the interlocutory application brought by the defendant to transfer the proceeding to a different registry, including an allowance to take instruction correspondence with plaintiff and consider plaintiff's response, including affidavit, blah, 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 brief counsel, and blah, 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 blah. $25,000. What the hell is going on here? Review of defendant's documents and delivery of defendant's list of documents. $12,500. Review of plaintiff's list of documents and supplementary list of documents and relevant $5,000. Preparing for and attending the mediation. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. You guys are going to love this one, guys. You guys are going to love it. What if I told you? What if I told you, guys? Okay, I will save it for the end because I think you guys will find this very amusing. So just remember that they were supposed to mediate, right? They're supposed to mediate for $25,000. Preparation and exchange of witness summaries, including considering witness summaries served by plaintiff, $30,000. How many blank? Oh, you're going to love this too. Wait for it. The defendant's preparation for trial, which we now estimate to be set for 5 days, it turned out to be 7. Blah, 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 40,000. Any additional work or incident working, 15,000. Da, da, da. So at this point in time, it was $210,000. Probably already paid. Okay, this is Billy Mitchell's. Drafting defense. Is this Billy Mitchell? Plaintiffs approach the defendants. Oh, no, this is Billy Mitchell's version of this. This is how much it should cost, I believe, which they're saying. Okay, now wait till we get to this part. You guys are going to love this. Further, it seems to me the cost of $25,000 attributed to drafting the defense in the first place is excessive. So Billy Mitchell's lawyers are saying drafting the defense should cost $3,500, which I think is realistic. Karl's lawyers charged him $25,000. Where's drafting the defense? Drafting, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's right here anyway. So we're talking about a massive amount of money for drafting a defense. The mediation has been conducted, but again, I'm unable to discern how aggregated costs are said to increase to $25,000, which also appears excessive. Again, the judge is looking at this shit and saying, like, what the hell's happening here? And let me. So the judge believes this amount is excessive, or could be excessive. What if I told you the amount wasn't $2,100, but well over, this is the term that Karl Jobst used, well over 600,000. So if 210,000, guys, you understand? This is the whole case. This includes trial. This includes trial. Look, where to go? This includes 5 days of trial. Right, additional incidental work. I think this is just a law firm or something. And then the trial, the counsel is the counsel. How in the world is this even like possible? When the judge is literally talking about, this is Judge District Monzone, right? The judge is literally telling you, hey man, maybe your lawyers are milking you too hard. And I promise you, Karl knows this too. Because in a video with Camelot, he expresses he's very angry. Blah, 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 40,000. Karl Jobst X offers to settle. Karl Jobst claims decision. Karl Jobst. So my legal costs are well over $600,000. Karl Jobst made paid. Mitchell shared his thanks for everyone. I'm trying to find that document. Is it a Camelot interview? I'm pretty sure it's a Camelot interview because I remember watching it and I made a video about it. Karl Jobst lawyers. Let me figure out where I put it. Lawyers go to bank. Okay, lawyers go to bank. Oh, this is it. Are you guys ready for the most insane part of this? You guys have seen nothing yet. How can I do theater mode? Mini player? You guys have seen nothing yet about how ridiculous these lawyers are. Okay, so at that point in time, they were thinking it was like $210, right? That was kind of the estimate. This is Karl Jobst, okay? This is Karl Jobst. When I first got sued, I'm getting estimates like, the entire lawsuit going to cost $200,000. And that's like, I'm cool. $200,000, it sucks, but I had some help, and I can deal with that. Even if I didn't have help, I could probably survive that. then the cost tripled. It literally more than tripled from the estimation. Like what is going on here? Like, guys, imagine. So many of you, hopefully, you guys, knock on wood, never get sued. Okay, imagine you hire a roofer, right? You got to get your roof, and the estimate is like $20,000. In the middle of fixing your mother effing roof, when you don't have a roof over your head because they're putting tiles on, they ask for triple the amount of money. In the middle of the litigation, they ask for triple the amount of money. Yes, he's planning on appealing with his legal team. This exact same legal team. Could you imagine a judge telling you, hey, you might want to look at this stuff? Imagine I don't know, like maybe like imagine you're renting and you sign a contract, and then they're going to kick you out unless you pay triple. And what type of service? So I'm talking about service. Imagine you go to get your car fixed. Maybe your air conditioner is broken, and they estimate, oh, it's going to cost $2,000. Are you okay with that? And you're like, oh, that's a lot of money, but I guess I need my air conditioning. It's really hot in Houston. And then where they're halfway fixed, they already took your $2,000, by the way. They already took your $4,000, by the way. And now they want triple the amount of money they'd estimated. Like, imagine any other service-related business where they give you an estimate and the actual cost, according to Karl Jobst, is way over $600,000, almost triple, if not more. This is insane, and this is what I've been trying to tell Karl all the time. This is insanity. Then, the cost tripled, and it got to a point where the law firm was, dude, it's gonna cost another $200,000. This was recently. This was a month ago, and I'm like, what the F? I've almost spent $400,000, and now it's going to be another $200,000. That's insane. Peter Parker, I don't know. I don't know. I think so. People have been telling me. I have no proof. This is purely speculation. I'm not going to stand by this opinion until I get evidence. But they were telling me when Notch was paying, Notch wanted to settle. I have asked Billy Mitchell's son this question about Notch. I haven't heard back from Billy Mitchell's son yet, but I'm hoping to get clarification whether or not a real settlement negotiating actually happened. I don't know, right? I mean, I don't know if that is true or not, but that is a rumor that is flying around that Karl had different lawyers initially, and those different lawyers did advise him to settle. So again, I don't know if that's true or not. I've asked Billy Mitchell's son for clarification as to that part, because I feel like he would know that. Okay, let's continue on. So I had a bit of a temper tantrum. You don't say, Karl. And said, this is ridiculous. And then I worked out a deal with my law firm. I was basically like, this is way too much. I'm going to have to switch and do something cheaper. And they're like, no. We'll do you a deal. We'll do you a deal. Motherfuckers, they didn't. We paid $600,000, $400,000. What type of deal are we getting? Right? What type of deal are we getting here? That if we lose, you do appeal for free? Maybe that's the deal. I mean, so I've been stressed out, man, because it's not like that's a lot of fucking money. And that's why I'm making so many Billy Mitchell videos. Okay, this is on this is on some other dude's live stream. So he couldn't even delete it if he wanted to. Do you understand why this is so bad? He's literally attacking his law firm here. Right? He's literally saying, I'm going to switch. This is ridiculous. Right? Okay, let me play it this way. If Karl Jobst' law firm had been accurate and said, hey, this thing is going to be expensive, maybe $600,000, Karl will not go with this law firm. He's basically expressed so much in Camelot. The problem I have with this thing is it's interview on somebody else's. It's a 2.5 hour interview on someone else's channel that you can't edit or delete. So again, this doesn't make his law. This is okay. So this is how he's feeling about his law firm, and he's still sticking with them even through appeal. Like I am not sure why you would trust these people after they told you it's 200,000. Like guys, like, do you understand what type of milking this is? Like imagine like it's kind of like a bait and switch kind of deal, right? Like the bait and switch is like, hey. Let's say I'm building a home. I'm building a home for 200,000. In the middle of the process, like let's call it like the foundation and some like wood, I guess. They ran out of money and said, "Hey, we need another 200,000." to finish. And then, 2/3 the way, they didn't have a roof or a garage. And they were like, hey, we need another 200,000 if you want a roof or a garage. Then you pay the 200,000. And then the house collapses because of poor workmanship. Like literally, the house collapses 100%. You lost everything. There is almost no more you can lose. The house is now in pieces. And then we go to appeal. We're like, oh, okay, let's pay these home builders more money so they can hopefully put the collapsed house they built back together. This is basically my analogy, guys. Look, we go to the lawyers, we say, hey, we got this case. I'm going to explain my case to you. What's your estimate on this case? 200,000. All right. Then in the early part of the case, we are asked for more money. So the lawyer said, oh, we can't continue unless you give us another 200,000, which we gave them. No complaints here. For whatever reason, we did not. There's no complaints. And then the mother effers didn't build us a roof or garage. They need another 200,000. We paid $600,000 for a house. So the end result, okay, the end result is we paid $600,000 for a house that collapsed. And now we want to pay more to try to recover the house. From the initial 200,000 estimate. This is insanity. This is insanity, guys. Imagine anything, right? Imagine any scenario. I don't care if you're building a house, you're getting lawn mowed. Imagine any scenario where the estimate is the true cost is 3 times higher and the product you got was terrible. The quality of the product. So there's 2 problems here. Cost is too high and the product sucked, or the service sucked. It literally could not suck anymore, according to the judge. You literally lost everything. They lost 300 out of the 400,000, right? You lost the $50,000 aggravated. You lost the interest. You lost the Billy Mitchell lawyer fee. My God, would we hire this guy again? This guy again. It's wild. Let's continue on. And you know, that's why I'm making so many Billy Mitchell videos, which the lawyers have told you not to make. And I'm like, I see people on my channel, they're like, you know, I wish, I remember when Karl used to talk about speedrunning, and it's kind of, why are you talking about Billy Mitchell so much? I have to earn so much money to afford the lawsuit that my YouTube channel is no longer about, oh, what I do to make videos like this. No, it's like, dude, how do I make videos that I just survive and can pay for this lawsuit? That's pretty much all I'm thinking. The lawsuit becomes so expensive that all Karl can do is make more Billy Mitchell videos. Yet, here's the thing, Black Frame. Let me explain something to you. Any good lawyer could tell Karl was guilty of defamation on Apollo Legend. He said something that was false, recognized, and even recognized it is false, retracted it in a video. Karl knows he did bad. Any good lawyer would then mitigate the damages. That's it. Right. That's Billy Mitchell or his son again. Any good lawyer would have realized, hey, we gonna lose, man. You did defame this dude on Apollo Legend. Okay, you did defame this dude on Apollo Legend. We're gonna lose. You need to apologize. You need to mitigate. The damages. I would guess Billy Mitchell wouldn't expect the damages to be this big. I would guess most people wouldn't expect the damages to be this big. The problem is there was no mitigation. No mitigation at all. Or not sufficient. I mean, I guess you could say his retraction was some type of mitigation. That's the problem. That's the problem. If we are going to lose for defamation, let's try to mitigate. Any lawyer is going to look at the statements made, look at the facts, that yes, indeed, Billy Mitchell didn't receive any money from Karl Jobst, and realize, oh shit, we defamed him. So if we defamed him, which we probably did, we need to now apologize and settle. Or at least offer valid settlements and be kinder, to people. At this point in time, I think Karl realized he effed up. Because his lawyer, let me repeat this, his lawyer knew they would lose. So why is Karl telling everyone he is going to win? Right? This is not about cheating. Not about cheating. Not about cheating. I think at the end of the day, this has to be on Karl's lawyers. Karl made several big mistakes. Narcissism, yeah. 1, echo chamber. 2, lawyers. So at the end of the day, the echo chamber, and you can still hear him today, right? You can still see them in the comment section of this very chat, they still believe Karl was going to win on appeal. They still believe Billy's a bad guy and Karl was the hero. Karl was a knight. They still believe the judge is evil and we got to plaster his face on everywhere. They believe we got to attack Billy's witnesses and all this stuff. Expert witnesses. Look, when you are in an echo chamber like Karl is clearly in, any good advice sounds like you're being attacked. And those people, Van Buren gave Karl good advice. He gave him good advice. What was he? He was banned. He was banned. Van Buren, who Karl considers caring, he thought he cared about him. Look, Karl, like, let's go to Van Buren. Like, I think at the end of the day, I can summarize this in basically 1 or 2 more screenshots. Let's go to the Van Buren thing. Let's go to Van Buren. I think the way that he treats people is very alarming. In my personal opinion, it is quite alarming. Because this is a guy who was very... This is a guy who was very... in all accounts, he's very nice. He was being disingenuous. He gave an opinion. Fine, that's okay. He was trying to help you, Karl. He was trying to tell you, hey, maybe your lawyers are trying to milk you for money. Hey, Karl, maybe your lawyers really want to go to appeal because they get paid. Like, is there a possibility that these lawyers are just like, man, this dude paid me $600,000 already. Oh, good, he's unbanned. Well, I'm glad that Karl has the sense to unban him. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't banned, right? Like, he was giving a piece of advice that I think was a good piece of advice, and I'll give Karl too. No lawyer who lost a case for after you paid him $600,000, just got absolutely annihilated, is going to tell you don't appeal. Don't appeal. This guy could make a cool million, depending on how the appeal goes. This guy could make a cool million. The legal team, the whole legal team, on just let me. Karl's lawyer fees are so massive; they are the single largest component of this lawsuit. They are even larger than the maximal, which Billy Mitchell damages possible. Do you guys know that? The maximal damage of $400,000 plus $50,000 plus interest. Okay, so let's say you get sued. You get sued. Maximal damage is for, let's call it $450,000. Let's call it $500,000 with interest. How much should you pay your lawyer? How much should you pay your legal team? A, $200,000. B, $600,000. C, over $600,000. Oh, I guess I'll put $400,000. Okay, the worst case scenario, even if we represented ourselves with AI lawyer, we would have done better due to attorney cost. Let me again, let me repeat this again. Even if Karl represented himself, had an AI lawyer, right? I mean, I'm not joking. He just had an AI lawyer and ran everything through ChatGPT and gave it like the AI voice to the lawyer, like to the judge. And we lost everything. We just got smacked in the face. Our losses, our damages that we would owe would be less than $600,000, which is our legal cost. So let me explain this. Even if we went to Billy Mitchell the day before trial and said, okay, Billy, you're right. I will pay you maximal 400,000 out of 400,000, maximal 50,000 out of 50,000, and interest. We would still be on the hook for less money than our mother effing lawyers. Your lawyer should not cost more money than the lawsuit damages. Your lawyer should not cost this amount of money. In no circumstance, if you are being sued for $500,000, should your lawyer cost $600,000. Did you read the part where Karl, you can't tell them what to do? Yeah. You kind of asked for that for response. Correct, Peter Parker. This is all Australian dollars, but like to the Australian people, it's like US dollars to US people, right? Because of exchange rates and stuff like that. I think it's kind of the same. Like Billy is not going to ask you to settle for 500,000. The settlement amount probably is less than that because he avoids the trial. I do not know how a lawyer can charge this amount of money for such a poor performance. I do not know. And whether or not Karl, and I do not know, so that's number one. And I do not know how in the world, you don't realize this. You don't realize this. If I had to assign losses, okay, because Karl did defame Billy Mitchell on Apollo Legend, regarding Apollo Legend. This is fact. I don't think they're going to overturn this. I would be shocked if they did. Why? So the quality of the lawyer, I'm going to give him like a 3 out of 10. Yeah. What the F? Karl thinking with AI? AI says glue on pizza. But the AI lawyer would not have charged him $600,000. He could just go on the $20 fee. $20 equal AI lawyer. $600,000 equal lawyer who loses almost the max. Like, guys, like, this is wild. The problem is very simple. The problem is very, very simple. Let me spell out the problem for you. Karl owes Billy Mitchell. Let's call it like it's 300 plus 550 plus 50K. I don't know. I don't know what the interest is. I think maybe it's 50K interest. So let's call it a cool 400,000 in damages. If Karl's lawyer didn't charge him 600K instead of 200K, then Karl would be much better off. The problem is the lawyer fee. So when you add up the 400,000 plus the 600,000 plus the unknown amount for Billy Mitchell's lawyer, it's over $1 million. It's over $1 million. But look at this calculation. Look at this calculation. We apologize. We offer fair settlements multiple times. And we do a real retraction on its own video. Okay. So I don't think we get aggravated. Here. Okay, I'm confused. If it was over-exaggerated, why would he bother making the video? Clearly he was hurt, as he stated in that video. Yes. Yeah, so if we reduce this to, let's get rid of the aggravated, let's get rid of some interest. Let's say we got 100,000 in damages, which is reasonable because we mitigated. We apologized. We took down the video in its entirety. We didn't re-upload it. We didn't do any of this silly stuff, and we didn't make any more videos, and we didn't make any more Billy. This should be the Mitchell videos. This should have been your lawyer. Your lawyer should have told you this. This is why you have a lawyer. Hey, we're going to lose, but let's mitigate. This is why you hired a lawyer in the first place. Now the lawyer fees will be less because you settled and you maybe okay. Let's say everything was the same. I don't think we get aggravated. I think at most we get 100,000 damages plus interest. Okay, I think this is a maximal we will get. And our lawyer fees should at most be 200,000. I don't think when we do this, I don't think we get this at all. I don't think, because this is out of the blue. I did not predict that Karl would have to pay Billy Mitchell's lawyer. This seems like a lot. Yeah, if you make 100 Billy Mitchell videos, does it roll over to 0? Yeah. Yeah, Billy Mitchell did offer, like, again, we're not going to go into this. I'm pretty sure he's using the same law firm. I mean, because you can't. Here's a trick. Here's a trick. Lawyer trick. It is very expensive at this point in time for Karl to choose a different law firm. They would charge Karl up to 200,000 just for research. And I've seen this time and time again. Karl cannot really change his lawyers right now. Because if he were to hire a new lawyer, a new legal team, they would have to review everything. You saw those charges, right? These charges are kind of a little, in my opinion, BS, right? Where are the charges? You see these charges here? Reviewing and considering, drafting, reviewing and considering, drafting, travel cost, review, preparing. These are not action items. This is not action items, guys. This is just a lawyer doing, like, what does this mean? Review, preparing, attending. There's no documents being sent. What is this stuff? Like, what is this stuff happening? Like, right. Like, what is this? Like, what is going on here? Like, what is actually, what is, so I always tell my interns, so I'm doing this AI project for fun. You need actionable items. So when you come to me at the end of the day and we talk about what we did and stuff, you tell me how many videos you produced. You tell me how many posts you made. I want a number. I want to know what you actually did. I don't want you to come up with, oh, I reviewed and studied. No, I want the end product. Like, this should be end product. Like, okay, what document got drafted? What document got made? What was happening? What the hell are we reviewing? Like, what did we review? Like, how in the world is review of defendant's documents and preparation and delivery of defendant's list of documents? This is a mother effing email. This is an email sent to the Billy's attorney. How did that cost us $12,500? And then we have to review the plaintiff's list of documents. How in the world is us reviewing documents costing us $17,500? Do you know how much money this shit is? Preparing plus travel costs. There's no itemization. How much did travel cost? How much did preparing? How much did attending? How much did any of this stuff cost? I don't know. But I'm just going to put $25,000. Preparation and exchange of witness summaries, including considering witness summaries served by How many bloody witnesses were there? $30,000. Look at this. Defendant's preparation for trial. So they did prepare him for trial. They charged him $40,000 just so Karl could look like an asshole in front of the judge. Guys, this is horrible. This is horrible. Like, they did prepare him for trial. But the judge hated Karl. He hated how he acted. He hated his demeanor. He hated everything about him. Even Karl will say, oh, he attacked me. Karl's not incorrect. That's how he felt. I don't think it was fair to say it, but that's how Karl felt. Whatever. What the hell was $40,000? You tell me with $40,000, Karl couldn't behave a little bit better? A little bit, just a tiny bit better. You know, sit up straight, wear the right clothes, wear a tie. You know, act. You know, hey, act remorseful. It's like, oh, you know, hey, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I you know, just look a little sad. Look a little sad. Whatever. Look a little sad. Like you regret doing it. $40,000 for. And you know what? It wasn't even $40,000. This estimate is low, baby. This estimate is way low. It's 3 times the amount of money. You can multiply each of these essentially by 3 times. That's the crazy part. Like how... So here's the lawyer trick. You guys want to know a trick? Even if you are the most terrible lawyer in the world, you got Karl by the balls. Because Karl cannot hire another lawyer. Because that other lawyer would charge the bejesus out of him for research. Right? He's got to stick with the horse. But this horse is like in last place. It literally could not have done worse. The judge said so. The judge said, I wish I could award Billy more money, but, you know, I don't want this to be flipped, you know? So I'm going to award him the maximum amount of money that I think is reasonable. Literally, the judge is like, and they're going to appeal this. Your horse didn't even finish the race. It died on the track. And now I'm beating the dead horse over and over again. Like, I do not know how you could have lost more. Because the judge literally said, I wish I could give the $400,000, but that would be insanity because that's for the worst cases, and I don't want to be flipped. I don't want them to appeal it and then have them flip my verdict, right? So I'm going to give the maximum I can possibly give. My God, like your horse didn't even finish the race. Let me tell you, if I had to be Karl's lawyer, so I don't do this for a living. If I was Karl's lawyer, I would charge $100,000 at most. I think that's the amount of work that it would take to do this case. It would be very simple. Let's go. If I was Karl's lawyer, I would do this case very simply. I would do it very simply. Holy shit, we are still going. If I were Karl's lawyer, I have honest talk. Hey, dude, you did defame Billy. Let's try to mitigate. This would take, I would bill him at $250 an hour. I would probably have a 1-hour conversation. Okay. Karl probably would say, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't want to listen. Maybe for Karl, it was like a 3-hour conversation. Yeah, thanks for attacking me, because that makes it easy. Like, it's so interesting that, like, the fans of Karl Jobst think I'm autistic, and they make these, like, they always make these ad hominem attacks, right? They constantly make ad hominem attacks all the time. We're trying to have, like, a real discussion of how much it should cost, right? We're trying to have a real discussion of how much this should cost, and then you just get attacked out of the random. Like you just get attacked just randomly. It's like, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like I think he's trained them to attack the person, not the argument. I mean, whatever you guys want. Like you guys want 400. I think 500 is too much. It's all ad hominem attacks. Like it's nothing but they cannot focus on the issue. We are trying to figure out how much Karl's lawyers. Why would you attack me and during this part of the thing? Like it doesn't make no sense. Like it doesn't make. I'm gonna ban you. I'll ban you, man. Like I don't delete comments. I just straight up ban you. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would I sit here and just have you attack me nonstop for hours on end? Anyway, okay, I don't care what we use, okay? We use 400, we use whatever. Karl's... So, difficult client. This is a difficult client, okay? So, in a normal client, we would have just talked 1 hour with him. Karl, we had to talk 3 hours with him. If we are a good lawyer, we can convince Karl about our plan. Okay, so if we are a good lawyer, we tell Karl, this is our plan. You know you defamed. You know you did bad. You removed the thing. The bad comment. Why did you remove it? Boom, done. Right? That's done. My thing would just be, Karl, why did you issue a retraction and why did you remove it if you didn't defame him? If you didn't defame him, you are basically saying you said something you shouldn't have said. You retracted it, you deleted it. You know you did bad, Karl. Okay, let's fix it. I would say, let's fix it. I don't want to bill you a ton of money, Karl. Let's fix it. The plan is to fix the problem. Let's contact Billy, Billy's lawyers, and talk to them. Let's ask Billy what he wants. How does Karl even know what he wants? Does he want an apology? Video copyright deleted? And that's it. That's it. That's all we have to do. Then let's say we talk to Billy's lawyer for let's say 2 hours. Talk to Billy's lawyer. Billy's lawyer then talks to Billy. And I think it's over, right? Could it be over? Maybe. I don't know. We never actually talked to the dude. Right? We never actually talked to Billy. Okay. Done. Okay. What if Billy still wants to sue us? Okay. We defamed. Now we are going to we're going to use mitigation as a defense. We are going to do everything. We are going to do everything to show the court we are acting in good faith to lessen any damages. Okay, that probably took us 3 hours to do. Yeah, we take accountability. That's correct. We take accountability for the defamatory statement we made. And then that's it. And they go to verdict, we go to trial. We just tell the judge, hey, we've tried to settle. We've offered a good amount of money. We've tried everything we can. Like, how do we know that Billy Mitchell just doesn't want an apology? How do we know Billy Mitchell doesn't want to offer us the same deal that he offered Apollo Legend? Deal was no damages. Everyone pay their own legal fees, which is very minimal at this point in time. I own copyrights over videos with my name mentioned, and no future videos about me. About me and a apology. That's it. Wow. Done. Legal expense. Legal team. Well, I mean, how much did this take? This took, well, let's take this took 3 hours. We have a difficult client here. 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay, so we're at 11 hours of work. And even if the lawyer charged us $1,000 per hour, it would only be $11,000 plus the smaller damages. Well, I didn't say that we want to give Billy Mitchell smaller damages of the defamation. Okay, so when you, Gerard, like, let me say something. When somebody tells you, hey, I want $150,000 in legal terms, that means they will take half. Would happily take half. No one starts off low, right? No one says, oh, I want $10,000. Right? So when Billy's initial notice says $150,000, that's like, you know, shooting for the moon. Like anyone who's negotiated for video games. So let me use an analogy for you guys. You guys are at a garage sale looking for video games. You see a Donkey Kong game with a label saying $20. You offer $5. Then you meet or you offer let's say you offer $10. Offer $10, and then you meet in the middle. So that's how it works, guys. When somebody asks for $150,000, it is not. They don't want $150,000. Okay? That's the initial demand. I have never seen, in my case, plaintiffs asked for $1 million against me. They took less. Right? Like you always open with your biggest, like, hey, right, this is I want this, but it's not like it's you know, it's, you gotta negotiate. You're leaving room for negotiation. You aim high, I aim low, we meet somewhere in the middle. That's what mediation is. Right? I think at the end of the day, if I were to sign, look, here's, if Karl had a better lawyer, who charged him way less, he would have to pay less money. I don't think there's any doubt about this. That the better lawyer would have settled. Forced Karl to settle. Because he did, in fact, say things he knew he shouldn't. The better lawyer would absolutely have told Karl to settle. Right? Think about your family, Karl. You need to settle. If we gotta pay out, even if we pay the $150,000, even if we pay the $150K at that point, our legal fees are probably not that high. Right? So don't think about the damage. Don't think about the total cost. So our goal is to reduce the total cost, okay? Which includes lawyer fees. So now let's talk about appeal. Appeal. Scenario 1. Karl reduces damages. Karl pays lawyer cost, higher than reduction of damage. There is a scenario where Karl actually gets a reduction in damages, but the cost of his attorney, given that the fact that his attorney costs more than the damages the first time around, would offset any amount of money. So let's think about total money. Total. It doesn't matter where Karl's paying from the money. We need to think about the total money in terms of our. Right now, everyone is saying that we lost. A lot of people are saying we lost, we misrepresented. We're not going to win them back. We're not going to win those people back. They've already made a decision. They're going on their own, right? What we need to do, the most important, I like how Karl tried to paint himself as a victim of the lawsuit when he literally could have just, he could have literally settled. We need to reduce our payments as much as possible right now. That is our goal. This should be the only goal. Okay? This should be the only goal that we have right now for our family, for ourselves, our future, and our family. Okay, that's our goal right now. Our goal is try to minimize the payments as well. We gotta like figure out how we don't pay for this thing, or how we right now it's very bad. At this stage, Billy holds the cards, and we need to just figure out what price would we give our appeal option up for. So Billy would be paying us so we don't appeal and the verdict stands. I think, I can't speak for Billy, I think Billy would easily pay or easily diminish the appeal or the cost in exchange for no appeal for, let's call it, his own lawyer fees. At this point in time, we have way too many fees. And this would be easier to navigate. This would be easier to navigate, right? If our lawyers didn't cost so damn much. This is impossible for us. Do you understand? The lawyers have already been paid. Karl paid his lawyers, Billy paid his lawyers, and now Karl has to pay for Billy's lawyers. The lawyers have already received the $600,000. They have a new hair now. They got new hair, right? They've probably spent some of that money on whatever they spent it on. My biggest concern here is, how do I spend less money? If I have to do, like, you know how Karl makes fun of Billy Mitchell Jr. for working for $1 at the law firm? Karl makes fun of this all the time, and Karl fans. I don't know if it's Karl himself, but it could be Karl himself. I think that's great. You lessen your expense, right? Your son was essentially working for free to help you. Any time you can lessen a legal expense, you should. But like, he took this as like, we're going to make fun of this guy, and why? Like, why? While Karl was busy running up the expenses, it seems that Billy Mitchell and his team, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is true. We can ask Billy Mitchell Jr., but he was working for like $1 an hour or something. Something like that. So Karl's lawyers are running expenses to the moon, and then you look at Billy's lawyers. Any work Junior can do, he is doing for free. or for low cost. This is weird. Is this weird? And then we're going to make fun of the guy who's trying to save money on legal expenses? Why do we need, and again, this is probably underestimated, why do we need to pay $12,500 for this? Can't we do this ourselves or have somebody help us? Why do we need all this? Hey, thank you, Classic for Real. Regarding Twin Galaxy for a second, it's obvious Billy knew he was cooked from the joystick controversy and pressed to settle before perjury, but Karl spun it as a Billy W. Yeah, so there's so much we can cover in Twin Galaxies, right? And we can look at the videos. But my point is very simple. Like, you got one dude running the expenses, like, to the point that the judge is like, what? Right? The judge is like, what? And then you got another dude who's like, whose son is doing a lot of the work, I guess some of the work for basically free. And we going to make fun of that dude? Like, okay, we are 3.5 hours into this, and I'm just going to end it here. What percentage of blame for massive loss so I'm going to answer 2 questions. What percent? So I like giving percentages because they're kind of random. And then I'm going to say, should he appeal? So then we're going to talk about the appeal. What percentage of blame for massive loss due to bad lawyer? I think it's 90%. I think it's 90%. I think it's 90%. 1, cost is excessive. 2, service and representation was poor. 3, never trained Karl to be sincere or to appear sincere and remorseful. 4, never got to settlement. 5, no mitigation, even though Karl himself probably knew he was wrong about Apollo Legend. Okay, 90% goes to Karl. 90% goes to the lawyers. Let me put it this way. 90% goes to the lawyers because they are the experts. It's not Karl. You hire a lawyer to listen to them. They come up with the plan. They come up with the with your statements, your legal documents. Karl is not a lawyer. He is not well versed in law. That is why you are paying these guys the big bucks. The fact that they could not convince Karl that he could lose was beneficial to him. Lawyers told Karl, hey, we going to win. Why not run up the tab on Billy? That's what I believe. I don't have proof of this. This is what I believe. This is the only explanation that makes sense. A, it explains why the tab is so high. And B, it explains why no mitigation efforts are why limited, no apology, limited mitigation, a dark show apology, correction, a retraction. It kind of explains, like, hey, if lawyers settle, they don't get paid very much, do they? Let's say the lawyers settle. Okay, let's say in my analogy, we spent $11,000, 11 hours at $1,000 a piece. If we do all this stuff that we're supposed to do, okay? No, but it's my job to tell Karl, hey, This is what we're going to do for your best good. It's my job. I'm the lawyer. Karl's a YouTuber. It is my job to convince Karl. It is my job to convince Karl to do this. To apologize, to retract in a better way than a Dark Souls retraction. Like, I got to convince Karl this. Right? I got to convince Karl this is our plan. Right? We cannot go to trial. We cannot go to trial because we are going to lose. Karl, you know we're going to lose because you made the retraction video. If Karl really believed he was right, why retract at all? We gotta contact Billy Mitchell in the chat again. We gotta contact Billy Mitchell. Or Billy Mitchell's son. We gotta contact Billy Mitchell's son. We gotta do something. We cannot go down this $600,000 path to oblivion. What did $600,000 get us? Look, imagine you spend $600,000 on something. A car, a house, services, a lawyer. Karl was no better than completion. Yeah, we can make videos about the completionist, Peter Parker, and I think we should. Karl is going to appeal on something called oh jeez, I'm getting brain dead. He's appealing on something called Cytopia can tell me what it is. We actually covered it in a video. It's like there is a appeal to lessen the damages. I'm forgetting what it was. I actually covered it in a video. Karl's let me go in a video. I covered it in a video. Karl does have a appeal that might be okay. I don't think it's going to work, but it will at least, give him lessen damages, I think. Yeah, let me find the video. I think this is a video. I know it's very recent. My head is just kind of like, I'm tired. Let's see. Where's the appeal? Oh, here it is. The appeal is standard cost versus indemnity. Okay, so this is, maybe make it a little bigger. So if costs are awarded on standard basis, the party seeking payment needs to prove that the costs they are claiming are reasonable. If the costs are awarded on indemnity basis, the presumption is reversed. So basically, he's going to appeal damages. Cytopia is correct. We had this discussion. You can either appeal that the interpretation of the law was incorrect, or you can appeal damages. I don't think he's going to appeal the law part. I think they're going to go after damages and just say that that the damages are not reasonable. I think that's probably a way. I think that makes sense, right? So anyway, what did $600,000 get us? Like, what did we win? We didn't win over YouTube. Win over YouTube, that's for sure. Reddit or Twitter users. We lost almost everything financially. Was this worth it? No, it's not worth it. No problem, OSW. I think they can appeal like, oh, you misinterpreted the law, which I think is pretty ironclad, but they definitely are going to appeal the damages. They're going to say the damages are not reasonable. Now we get to appeal. It is too late to change horses now. Our lawyer is our lawyer. Okay? We have two options here. So an appeal. So actually, I would just pull up appeal in Australia. So you guys know appeal, a defamation judgment in Australia. Okay, here we go. Appeal from court. This is from the official Australian government. What appeals can a court hear? Blah, blah, blah. So this is fine. What are the chances of success? Okay. For an appeal to succeed, a party must convince the court that the judge that heard the original case made an error of law. and that error was such significant. So you could make an error of law, it wasn't significant enough for the appeal to be flipped. So understand this, errors can be made. Errors can be made, but it has to be significant, okay? So this is maybe this is a part that Karl hasn't read into, because he's right. I do think that there are some minor errors in how the judge ruled, but they're very minor. So the error of law has to be made, number one. Number two, the error of law has to be of such significance that the decision needs to be overturned, right? So is the joystick red, blue, green, rainbow? Does it matter? No. So let's say in the case they're talking about the color of the joystick. Okay, in the Apollo Legend case, they're talking about the color of the joystick. We know cheating doesn't really have much to do with Apollo Legend. And Billy's witness said the joystick was black. And then being Karl's lawyer, he didn't correct them because that's how it works, right? Or if you're Karl's lawyer. Was the joystick being black or red affecting whether or not the judge was right on his decision for defamation as regarding to Apollo Legend? No. So this is the part that people don't get. This is the part I don't think Ersatz Cat really understands because he's not a lawyer. The error has to be very significant. It has to be significant. It cannot be the color of the joystick. Okay? It's got to be significant enough to overturn a 7-day trial. That's a lot. It's not the color of the blanking joystick, and it's not even if Billy Mitchell cheated or not. Imagine a scenario where Karl is appealing because he feels like the judge didn't believe Billy Mitchell was a cheater. Well, maybe that's an error, right? But is that of significance to overturn this decision on defamation from Apollo Legend? No. Right, they don't care about cheating. So it's not. It's got to be significant. No, so the judge not liking Karl is not significant enough. You cannot just say the judge is biased against me and then that's the reason. You need examples, you need times. Like at this point in time, the reason I don't think the judge you can make the argument the judge is biased is simply because why didn't you say the judge was biased when he was biased? Why did you wait until you lost to say the judge is biased? Right? So those cases where the judge may actually be biased, trust me, the lawyer is saying this. The lawyer is getting frustrated. The lawyer is asking these questions to the judge, and you can see from the transcript that the lawyer is having a fit with that judge. Right? That's exactly what I mean, Peter Parker. It's gotta be something significant to Apollo Legends case. It's gotta be significant to Apollo Legend. It cannot be cheating, joystick coloring anymore, because that is not going to overturn this, right? And that would also be an error of fact, not error of law. So error of law is so here's some things. Some examples of significant errors of law. Significant. You see this word significant? It means a lot. Or that the judge that heard the original case applied an incorrect principle of law. I can tell you this is very rare. I can tell you this is very rare. Okay, because judges do this for a living. And if you're always doing number one, you will not remain a judge for very long. A judge, their job is not to get overturned in appeals. Their job is to prevent appeals from overturning their verdict. You will not be of it, and I do not believe the judge did this. Made a finding of fact or facts on an important issue that could not be supported by the evidence. I think this is probably Karl's only hope. I don't think it's a very good chance. I think this is the only chance, right? Look, and now this is important. The court hearing the appeal does not consider any new evidence, okay? So when Karl Jobst' lawyer doesn't cross-examine Billy Mitchell's witness, they cannot cross-examine him again. there can be no new evidence unless it's really special circumstance. So the facts and the evidence have to be in the original case. I do not think Karl Jobst's lawyer did a good job of putting his own version of the facts so he can appeal. I do not think they were so certain they would win, they didn't put any safety valves. Karl Jobst, his lawyer, was so positive Billy Mitchell would just have to pay their $600,000. They didn't actually do stuff that could have helped them later down the road. Does not call witnesses to give evidence. So there's no more witnesses. There's no more witnesses. There's no more cross-examination. You had your time. Your time has gone and passed. Does read all relevant documents filed by parties for the original case. Does read the relevant parts of the transcript of the original case. So the transcript is important, as are the documents, if available. Does listen to legal arguments from both parties to the appeal. So that also means that Billy Mitchell's lawyer, the Queen's Counsel, who has done a very good job on this case, gets to counter, right? The legal advice, drafting a notice of appeal or cross appeal is very difficult. It's very strongly recommended. These organizations. Hey, look at this. Whoa. How come we didn't go with this option? How come Karl said the reason he didn't talk to Apollo Legend stuff was that it would hurt his case? But why make multiple? Yeah, correct. Like, you're either going to talk about or not. Hey, if I click on this, is it going to take me to low cost? Oh, legal aid, pro bono, community. Hey, I bet you these guys are going to help us for almost free. It's kind of like what I do for immigration. Wow, where's Brisbane? Brisbane? Where's Brisbane? They didn't do alphabetical. Is it Queensland? National help? So where is this trial? Is it wait, Brisbane doesn't have? Okay, let's say Queensland. Let's go to legal aid. Okay, that's kind of weird. Find a lawyer. Okay. Partners, unable to, legal help is available in criminal, family. Oh, some civil matters. Okay. Let's ask these people to help us. Hey, this is what you guys don't understand. You guys don't understand about defamation. Defamation, there are first, okay, I don't know Australia. Freedom of speech, law firm. Yeah, so we have this guy. We have an organization in America, and basically they're going to represent you for like low pay. So anytime there's like a defamation case, you could actually go, and then sometimes you could get completely free. It's like a legal network, and they can at least tell you what's going on, right? The falls on scope of our mission, the defending your rights, free speech. So there are organizations like this that protect free speech, right? I don't know if Australia has these organizations, but yeah, I mean it's I mean in America, if you can't afford a defamation lawyer, there are people who will help you. And here's the last part I don't really understand. Is cheating Donkey Kong for like what 30 years ago, 40 years ago, really that bad of a thing? Like to try to ruin someone's life and family and so on, and expert witnesses and judges and to spend from 2021 to 2025 in court, and then to put debt on your family. Like, was this worth it? What was this worth it? What was this worth it? Like, I don't think I mean, I'm not part of the video gaming community. I know a lot of you guys are in the speedrunning community. I know this is like a sin. But like to the average human being, let Billy Mitchell be. Right? Like, let Billy Mitchell be. Even if you feel like he cheated, again, allegations, right? Billy Mitchell, allegations. Why would you why would you go after him and his family so hard? Like, look, I have a young daughter. I have, I got a young family myself. Why put my family in jeopardy over something like this? Like, I mean, has Billy harmed me personally? Me, when I mean that, I mean Karl Jobst in any way? Like, have I, Karl Jobst, been harmed by Billy Mitchell cheating or alleged cheating? Right? Like, why am I doing this to him? Why would this cross somebody's mind to destroy another human being's life? Look, you have the right to your opinion. This is the online. You have the right to make an opinion. True. But you don't need to destroy people. And this is my whole point. And honestly, this is my point to Billy Mitchell or Billy Mitchell's son in the chat. And I made both my streams have ended up with me asking Billy Mitchell to show some mercy to Karl. Karl did not show you no mercy. Karl went after you and your family like I have never seen before. I've not seen, because like it's true. It's exactly true. It's so crazy. Karl would involve family members when he has. It's not excusable. I'm not excusing Karl's behavior. Karl's behavior has been incredibly bad. Right? He's willing to bring in family members. Right? Like he's willing to feed, and I totally agree with this Reddit thing. All right, there's Keemstar in the thing again. I completely agree with this. Where's that thing? Billy, too many lies. Corey Lamb, exit plan. Say AI would win. Give me more detail repair. Yeah, this one. I'm glad that I'm feeding Karl ad revenue with my clicks. That makes me feel powerful. This is the average mother effer in the Discord. I'm glad that I'm feeding Karl Avenue with my clicks. It makes me feel powerful and morally superior. I have to release another video tomorrow. You barely scratching the surface. I'm curious about Billy Mitchell's son. What the fuck has Billy Mitchell's son ever done to anyone? Is he a cheater in Donkey Kong? Like, is he a cheater in the Donkey Kong Jr.? Or what is he doing? What the hell has Billy Mitchell's son done to anyone? I will do a video on the son after they lose. Why? Why? He is very dumb, and he's under the thumb of his psycho son. He thinks he has a chance because he is too dumb to realize otherwise. His son will tell him he will win. He will find out, though. Trust me, he is very, very dumb. Why would you say this stuff? Like, what is the point? Look, you don't like the guy. But why you gotta be so mean? Why the Discord channel is just so hateful. I have only presented what Karl himself has said. The stuff that his echo chamber is saying about me, about the judge, about Karl's lawyer, about Billy Mitchell's lawyer, about Billy Mitchell, about his son, is 10 times worse than what I've shown you. But I don't bring it because I don't want to blame that on Karl Jobst. That is not Karl Jobst. That's just the echo chamber. But why? You got a family, man. You Karl Jobst have a family. You have a son yourself. What the hell's going on here? And this is the reason I still really am trying to understand this case. It's gone on for 4 hours now. I still do not understand the hatred that Karl Jobst has for Billy Mitchell. I do not understand the hatred one man has for another man like this. This is not normal. This is not normal. You don't go after another man's son like this. You don't go after another man like this. You don't go after another human being. You yourself have a young son. What the hell are you doing, man? Like, what are you doing? Like, take a step back. Take a step back for a second. We can read more we can go on Discord right now. I bet you they're thinking they won. I bet you right now the Discord is really excited and they thought they won and the appeal is gonna go perfectly. Even if you feel this way about Billy Mitchell, why would you put it on something that can be screenshot in public? Why would you make video? Why? I have said anything I said about Karl Jobst is not Karl Jobst a person. It's been about what Karl Jobst has done and how that makes him look and how that makes me feel about him. Right? I'm not attacking Karl Jobst a person. I still think his lawyers did him dirty. I think Karl could have been more transparent. Even Karl says he can be more transparent. The things I pointed out, Karl largely agreed with me. When he was doing the GoFundMe discussion, he said, yes, I could have done a better job with the description. He could have. He admitted that. When he was talking about lawsuits versus legal concerns, yes, he didn't attack me on that. He understood what I was trying to say. He understood what I was trying to say. So I do not think Karl, I think it's the echo chamber. So I think it is people telling Karl he cannot lose. And the worst echo chamber of all was his lawyers. A lawyer who settles does not get paid. Maybe what you got, like 20 hours at one, let's call it 30 hours. Maybe $30,000 total plus settlement. Maybe apology, deleted video, no more videos. That's max. A lawyer who gets paid $600,000 plus did not settle. That's it. That's it. And now, this same lawyer is getting paid for the appeal. If Karl had a better lawyer, or if he had a friend, that could, like, Karl must know legal eagle, like let's say Karl calls legal eagle. Hey, I'm in trouble. Can you help? What should I do? Hey, you gotta mitigate. Try to settle. Thanks. Like imagine like legal eagle, very, very even keel, very, very smart. What is he going to tell Karl to do? I've even said that Karl should ask for a law professor. Unbiased law professor whether he can win. Pay the professor, like, let's say, a $500 consulting fee, and then have that law professor say it. Like, this is not acceptable in any way for a lawyer to be paid $600,000, lose the way he lost, and then now he's going to appeal for you. Like, there is no way this is acceptable behavior from the lawyers. They did very little to mitigate. They had no apology. Like, if you cannot control your client, you must ethically leave and ask client to find a new lawyer. That's it. No. So here's what you can do. If your client is difficult and not listening to you, you excuse yourself. That's it. You don't continue on for $600,000, right? Yeah, $600,000 paid up front. That money's gone. That money's gone. Like, people are saying, oh, what can you do if you have a client who's literally, if you have a client who is making videos after you told him, please stop, and is refusing to apologize after you explain why this would help mitigate, it is time to leave the client. That's it. Yes, it is up to the judge to excuse yourself, but when you tell the judge, hey man, we came up with a plan and my client is not listening to my plan, the judge will say, okay, that makes sense. You want to represent yourself, Karl. If, worst case, lawyer leaves because cannot control Karl, Karl uses AI to represent himself. This is the worst case, right? Karl saves $600,000 in fees. That sounds pretty damn good to Karl right now, because the $600,000 has already been paid. Even if we used AI to represent ourselves, the AI, okay, here's something, guys. Would the AI do a better job than Karl's current attorney? AI equal $20 a month times 12 months. Let's call it 50 months equals $1,000. Karl's attorney equal $600,000 plus and plus appeal. Okay, the result, worst result from AI, we lose less money than real attorney. Lost us. Like, come on. I mean, do you guys doubt this or no? The AI would have been, the AI would have mitigated. Like, no, I'm not even talking about mitigation. I'm just talking about how much the AI cost. The AI would have cost us $1,000 a month, or $1,000 total. Okay? So, why the hell do we have to pay $600,000? Look, we paid $600,000 to lose, to get annihilated by and embarrassed. We were embarrassed. We felt the judge attacked us multiple times, is what Karl was saying. It could not get worse. No, it literally could not get. What result could be worse than the current one for Karl? No, can you name a result that was worse than this one? I cannot. I cannot. Yeah, AI would excuse itself in the case. No, I'm being very serious. Like, what end result would have been worse than the one Karl, 600,000 plus for lawyers. Appeals, let's call it 100,000 for appeal. Maybe more, maybe less. Billy's lawyers. Thank God for Karl. Billy's son did a lot of the work, or did some of the work. Let's say Billy's lawyer was 300,000. I don't know. This is just a question mark. And then the 400, the 300 plus 50 plus 300 plus 50K plus 50K interest. So that's 400,000. Do you think the AI could have lost us 1.4 million Australian dollars lost by our lawyer? Do you think? No, and the reason the AI cannot lose you this amount of money because you don't have this. Worst case scenario for AI would be the 100,000. No, we don't need an appeal. We don't need this because we just use the AI again. Worst case scenario for AI, we pay $10,000 or $1,000. We pay Billy's attorneys. Let's call it 300,000, and then we pay the 400,000. This is the worst scenario of an AI attorney. Okay, so our lawyer has lost us 1.4 million potentially. This is an estimate. Our AI maximal loss is $701,000. My God. Right? What if AI told us to settle fast? Well, let's pay the AI $20 a month times 3 months. We pay $60, and we offered Billy Mitchell. Let's say he wants 150. We're going to counter at let's counter at like 50,000. And let's say Billy accepts the 50,000. Now, let's say that there's got apology and other stuff like that we have to do, but whatever, right? Other stuff. Well, we're only worried about the money right now because that's all that really matters, right? So let's say that Billy Mitchell won 150. We take the we apologize, do 50, and then we don't pay Billy Mitchell's lawyer, so that would be 0. So our maximal damage for AI to tell us to settle looks like $50,000 and $50,060. Boom. In no scenario would we ever have to pay? Would ever lose this amount of money? No scenario would we ever lose this amount of money, because we would never want to pay this. We would never want to pay whatever this is. So this is unknown. I'm saying 100,000. The AI could not have performed worse than Billy Mitchell's or worse than Karl Jobst's attorney, and I believe that. I believed as a lawyer, I believe the AI would have outperformed Karl Jobst's attorney while costing far less. Anything the judge did to dislike Karl Jobst was due to poor training from attorney. Yes, even the AI was ChatGPT 1. I can explain this. I cannot explain this in any more simple terms. The main problem with this lawsuit is this number here. This number here, as you may realize, is maybe even larger than these two numbers. So forget the appeal. Forget the appeal. I'm going to cross out the appeal. This number here, which Karl says is well over 600,000, well over 600,000, is larger than this number here. And that's a problem. What I am saying is, if you went to court with a monkey as your lawyer, and that monkey was using AI chat GPT 1.0, your maximal loss, still, you know, again, they're probably going to reduce this here, the interest will be less, is probably less than Karl paid for his own lawyers. Karl could not win. You guys understand? Karl, his lawyers put him in a position where he cannot win. Okay? Let's see where he talked about the lawyer again. He cannot win because the lawyer charged him too much money. Oh, baby. Now Karl is open. If you want to sue, if you are the completionist and you're looking for a lawyer, I know Queen's Counsel, and he's relatively affordable. And when you win your lawyer fees from Queen's Counsel. I would be very, very, very. I'm saying what needs to be said to Karl. I hope Karl understands this. This is not me attacking him as a person. I've always wished Karl, his family, well. You can see my last 2 live streams, how I ended. I've always wished him well. I'm trying to point out a problem to Karl. And the problem is my total legal costs are well over 600K. Well over 600K. I don't know. That could be 700K. That could be 800K. That could be 900K. That's just legal cost. He's not talking about damages here. Right? It's not right. His lawyers did him dirty. His lawyers did him dirty. And they're still doing him dirty. Karl, he needs to wake up and realize what's happening. He needs to wake. Even if this money, it's so much money. It's so much fucking money. Like, it's like ridiculous. Like, yes, almost any outcome other than winning dismissal of the case against him would have been worse. Like, there's no outcome outside of him winning that makes this financially, like, make it make sense, you know? This chunk of money is larger than what Billy Mitchell sued for. This chunk of money is probably way larger than Billy Mitchell's attorney. This chunk of money is multiple times larger than the interest owed. Aggravated damages is $50,000, guys. This amount of money is 12 times aggravated damage, the maximal for aggravated damages. It's 12 times, man. And we don't actually know how much the money is. He just says well over 600K. What does that mean? Does that mean 620? Does that mean 650? Does that mean 700? This is the once you pay a lawyer this amount of money, you're effed. You are effed. I don't care you win, you lose, you draw. You are screwed. Because you know what? Let's run one more scenario. One more scenario, and then we go to bed. Karl Jobst wins. Let's run one more scenario. Karl Jobst wins. Legal fees are 600,000 plus. Do you think any judge would be okay with this large of an amount? Answer, no. Karl Jobst would still need to pay part of his legal fee because it is excessive. right? Best case scenario, Karl is still probably out $300,000, $400,000. That's assuming he wins. These lawyers couldn't even get out of the building block. These lawyers, this legal team, literally lost almost everything and anything they could lose. Anything these guys could lose, they lost. Any mistake they can make, they made. In their closing argument, closing arguments are easy because you don't have interruptions. You should not make a mistake on your closing arguments. You wrote them, read them, hopefully multiple times, and practice them. The closing arguments of one lawyer, I mean, again, I do not blame this on Karl because his lawyers really effed him up, man. Like, I don't really know how to say this. Okay. This is Karl's biggest fan during closing arguments, which you can say is probably the most important. It's the last impression you have on Karl's, this is the last time Karl can make a good impression, his legal team can make a good impression on the judge. What the hell? None of this is true. None of that is true. You gotta get in there and get him to correct that. What is he paying you for? What is he paying you for? I still have no idea what the question. Okay, so this is a question Ersatz Cat asked a long time ago, before verdict and during trial. What are they paying the lawyer to do? What are they paying the lawyer to do? What are they paying him? Ersatz Cat is he's a big name. We've covered. You can watch the live stream from like 4 hours ago. So I ask you again. I ask you this again. Did you win? Did you tie? Did you mitigate damages? Mitigate damages? Did you settle? Did you control your client from posting more videos? Did you give your client advice that would help him? Or did you tank Karl Jobst so you can get that sweet $600,000 and appeal money? I asked this to his lawyer. Anything he could lose, he lost. A monkey with an AI chatbot 1.0 would have done better than this lawyer. Karl Jobst with Ersatz Cat could at max lose less than his lawyers charged him alone. Karl Jobst by himself would have been better off. Because then some sympathy, right? Some sympathy, okay. Karl Jobst with a wild monkey and ChatGPT 1.0 would have incurred less damage. Karl Jobst with ChatGPT would have incurred less damage. There is no scenario where the legal fees of $600,000 plus and then appeal money, God only knows how much this lawyer wants for appeal. Lawyer has Karl by the balls for appeal money. Karl cannot say no to lawyer. Could Karl sue Ersatz Cat for false? Here's the interesting thing about Ersatz Cat. Ersatz Cat is very interesting. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. Like, I need to do some more research on the guy, but he's definitely much more involved in this than I thought. I thought he was just some random dude who was like a fan of Karl's, but it seems like he's actually the supplier information. You know? So that's kind of weird, right? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ersatz Cat is a Karl's. This is from Akamat. Ersatz Cat is a Karl fanatic. On day 5, he wrote, "My impression is there's no way on earth Billy Mitchell pulls out a win here. He conceded so many of his important points. His case was dead by day 2. Okay, let's look at day 5. Let's look at day 5. Day 5. Okay. So let me see if that's an exact quote, because that's very interesting. No way on... Oh, Jesus, it is. Oh, my God. Guys. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. My impression is that there's no way on earth Billy pulls a win here. He conceded so many of his important points. His own witnesses shot him in the foot. His case was dead by day 2 at the latest. And probably before that. Oh my. So now the same guy who's saying that Billy Mitchell was going to lose. Yeah, that's very juicy. Thank you for that. The same guy. I think Billy could sue Ersatz Cat. To be honest with you, would he win? No, I would imagine Ersatz Cat should settle. That's what. Like, if Ersatz Cat needs a lawyer, I can find him one, and it would be settling. This is so weird, right? Like, wait a second. Wait, this is the same guy. Isn't it this the same guy who said this? Wow, this is so weird. Right? He is a massive sucker. So wait, here on day 5, we're saying that Billy, no way on earth Billy pulls out the win. And he's saying his case was dead by day 2. Billy's got the files. He's got the file. So, like, what's happening here? Like, you know, can somebody explain, like, literally, like, what is happening here? So if you're so certain that the judge is going to rule in your favor, then why are you writing this? He is a massive sucker. He was also recognized by Guinness World Records as the most gullible person on earth. That's not what you were saying here. That's not what you were saying here. Yeah, thank you for finding this, Arkamat. This is crazy. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Holy shit. I mean, you went from saying no way on earth Billy wins to now saying the judge is just so... The judge is the most gullible person on earth. Look. This is very simple. Point 1. Karl owes Billy Mitchell apology. Simple. He did defame Billy Mitchell. That's it. Okay? That's point 1. Point one. Okay, this is non-negotiable. This is non-negotiable. This is point one. Two. Once this is true, once one is true, we have to contact Billy Mitchell, our son, our lawyer, and offer him a reasonable, and this is the key here, reasonable settlement offer. Boom, done. Done. Is this case really that difficult to understand? How somebody should handle it? This case is so easy to understand. Like, this case could not be easier to handle. Like, people saying, oh, do you need Queen's Counsel? No. Any lawyer would have realized this very early on. Evidence. Karl Jobst himself retracted. Karl Jobst himself confirmed he had made a mistake and admitted it on video in his retraction on video. Once we see the video, lawyer would say, hey, you did defame this guy, defame Billy. We need to now go into mitigation mode. Please, no more videos about Billy. Please make a reasonable settlement. And please apologize. That's it. Is it really that hard? Yes, I did think he had an 80% chance of winning. And let me explain why. I thought Karl had a 80% chance of winning, the amount of money. I did not think the judge would ever award Billy's Billy's lawyer fees. I thought the judge would have been like, Billy, you win. Take this $100,000, and then Karl would have to pay his own fees. Karl would have to pay some of his lawyer fees, but Billy would cover some too, etc. So I did think that Karl had a chance of winning, and the reason I believed it was the retraction and so on, and like a lot of this stuff is Karl's attitude. What I did not know, since I was not at trial, was Karl was behaving poorly at trial. I could not believe how poorly Karl was behaving because he had lawyers to teach him. The judge specifically points out Karl's behavior. Okay, so a lot of this has to do with Karl. Okay, a lot of this has to do with how Karl behaved. So I did not think Billy Mitchell would win all the money. I did not think Billy Mitchell would win zero money, right? I thought Karl had a good chance of... No, hey, you go to court. Okay, what you say on videos is videos. How you present yourself in front of the court, super important. Karl was smug, overconfident. Like, it came out. The judge specifically pointed at those things. That's why Karl thinks the judge is attacking him. Karl doesn't know that courtroom has the core, right? Core? The core. You can't be smirking, smug. You got to show empathy, sympathy. Even if you don't believe it, you gotta pretend it. You got to at least pretend it. Judge's verdict. Judge specifically states that he doesn't like how Karl handled himself. So, okay, here. Let's say Karl is let's say they're talking about Billy Mitchell and the cheating and Apollo Legend and all this stuff. How Karl's face is does matter. How Karl looks does matter. This is a courtroom. You gotta have sympathy, right? Like here's how I would say it. Here's what I would do. Karl, we need to act sad. No smug, just sad. We need to act like we want forgiveness. We need to realize that we need to realize that empathy goes a long way. Goes a long way with the judge. The judge is older. He probably wants us to show sympathy. No. There's a better word for this. Remorse. Okay? We need to be remorseful. We need to show we are remorseful and we know we made a mistake. The judge is not impressed. The judge was not impressed. When the judge is hearing, I'm a sure winner, I'm going to be a sure winner, I'm going to make tons. You got it. Okay, so let's say the judge is like, I'm going to be a sure winner. Like the judge actually looked at that evidence, right? You can't be like, yeah, I'm going to be a sure winner. You can't. Your face would be like, oh no, I can't believe I said that. Oh man, what was I thinking? I would even go like, oh man, I can't believe I said that. I would not go like, right? Like I don't know how Karl composed himself in the trial, but the judge seems to believe that he did not do a good job composing himself in the trial, right? Yeah. Look. Here's another thing. Australian judge sides with American versus Australian defendant. What? Shouldn't the Australian have some type of like favorism for Australia, right? For the country? What is happening here? Like you gotta when the judge is reading this stuff about you being a sure winner, you making multiple videos, like you gotta be like, what? Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. Oh, I was very you gotta act like, oh no. You you cannot do this. You cannot like you cannot do this, guys. Like you cannot. Oh, my baby's here. So I gotta end this stream because it's been very late and we've gone way over anything that we kind of go over. Number one, I don't think Karl Jobst I think he got caught up in this. I think his lawyer was very bad. I think the echo chamber was really bad. I think him coming after the livelihoods of people, their families, expert witnesses, I think that's very bad. I don't think he's a bad person. And I do not think his family should suffer. I ended every single live stream. You can look at my live streams with an appeal to Billy Mitchell. I'm going to do it again. I know you guys at this point will hate the appeal, but I'm going to do it. Billy Mitchell, for Apollo Legend, you were the bigger man. You settled when you don't need to settle. You gave very, very good terms to Apollo Legend, considering all circumstances considered. I know, we know, I know, you know, everyone here knows. Oh, thank you, Peter Parker. Karl was too arrogant to admit his faults, even in his video. Yeah, he was still attacking Billy and doubling down. I agree with that. I agree with this. Let me just make an appeal. I know Billy, or Billy's son, is still watching this. We live in a society, especially you're American, I'm American. My gosh, our society sucks right now. Everyone's trying to destroy everyone else. You know, we live in a society where it's black or white, it's Republican or Democrat. It's no mercy. You cannot show mercy. You cannot apologize. You cannot apologize because that shows weakness. You cannot show mercy because that shows weakness. Oh, thank you, Classic for real. Billy Mitchell, you have a son. Karl has a son. Karl has a family. Karl's family, just like, you know, when Karl was coming after your son, that's a line that was crossed. That's terrible. That's terrible. I have a young daughter myself. Do not cross that line, right? Do not cross that line. That's a very bad line to cross. Attacking judges, expert witnesses, that's a line that I will not cross. We live in a society where things are very bad right now. I think you have a chance to do something kind of amazing. And mercy, and here, this is what mercy is. Mercy is not expected. It's not guaranteed. Mercy is not that. If mercy was guaranteed, it wouldn't be mercy. If mercy was expected, it wouldn't be mercy. Mercy comes from the unexpected. I'm asking for Karl's family, if you have the money, if you have the ability, monetarily and financially, to just settle with Karl. Give him terms he cannot turn down. Don't go to appeal. Don't pay lawyers. Please do not make Karl pay lawyers more money. Because that is a disaster. That was a disaster. Karl was going to pay his lawyers way more money than we can imagine for appeal. God forbid it goes to appeal and the lawyer fee is more expensive than anything that we've seen before. Settle with him. Give him an offer. That's mercy. Something that no one would expect and no one would ever. If they were in your position, they wouldn't do it. Karl wouldn't do it. I don't know if I would do it. I'm not in your position. And that's how I'm going to end this live stream. So I had fun, guys. Maybe we live stream a little bit tomorrow. I'm very tired. There will be no videos tomorrow, obviously. This is the video. And thank you, guys. And we will see you guys maybe a little later. Bye. This is goodbye. It's not